Chapter 587. Hello. Are you back in Bing City now? After picking up the phone, she found that Jiang Hai's voice was very enthusiastic. Qi Li was stunned for a moment, but after a moment, she felt a little happy in her heart. It seems that her efforts will be rewarded. Then she asked Jiang Hai, "Well, I'm back. I just finished cleaning up the room." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai also said to her, "Oh, I see. Then you open the door. I'm downstairs. I'll go up immediately." Hearing that Jiang Hai was indeed in Bing City, Qi Li was relieved and said to Jiang Hai. When he heard her words, Jiang Hai was stunned. Downstairs? What the hell? But at this time, Qi Li had already hung up the phone. Because they were very close to Jiang Hai's phone, AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yunshan also heard the content of the phone call clearly. The three of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Cough. Let's take a look. After speaking to the two women, Jiang Hai sat up from the pile of fragrant meat, walked to the door, and opened the security door. Sure enough, as soon as the security door opened, he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor in the corridor. As the sound of high heels slowly approached, Qi Li's unchanging office lady outfit appeared in front of Jiang Hai. "You are really here?" Seeing Jiang Hai open the door, Qi Li couldn't help but show a smile on her face. Then she quickly walked upstairs, but when she walked to the door, she found that there was more than one person in Jiang Hai's room. In addition to him, AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yunshan were also there. When she saw them, Qi Li's face couldn't help but stiffen. "You are also here." Looking at the two people in the room, Qi Li reluctantly smiled and said to them, "Come in and talk. What are you standing here for?" Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai didn't feel anything bad. He directly brought her a pair of slippers and let her in. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li's body trembled for no reason. This seemed to be the first time Jiang Hai took the initiative to invite her to his private space. Although there were two other women in this space, this was indeed the first time. Qi Li was usually full of the aura of a queen. However, she had always remembered these small details clearly. She didn't hesitate for too long in the face of Jiang Hai's invitation. She directly took off her pair of black high heels and stepped on Jiang Hai's slippers for the first time as she walked in. When she walked in, Jiang Hai didn't feel anything, but the competition between the three women had already begun. "Did you guys come back together? When did you guys come back?" Sitting on the sofa, Qi Li seemed to ask casually. "I came back early. Jiang Hai and Xiaoxi just came back today." Hearing Qi Li's words, Feng Yunshan glanced at AI Xiaoxi, who was already a little confused, and said with a smile. She was going to rely on AI Xiaoxi to compete with Qi Li. But now it seems that AI Xiaoxi is still far away. She can only stand up to Qi Li as the mistress. "Oh, you just arrived today. You cleaned up the room as soon as you arrived. You're really amazing." Hearing Feng Yunshan's words, Qi Li also nodded, and then said a few words to Feng Yunshan. Listening to their words, no matter how stupid Jiang Hai was, he could tell that the atmosphere was not very good, but he was still a little confused about what they were talking about. For the first time, he felt that he did something wrong. "By the way, Jiang Hai, come home with me later. You didn't come back during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and my mom has been asking. Since you came back on the 11th, you should go for a meal." Suddenly, Qi Li changed the topic and looked at Jiang Hai and said to him. Hearing that Qi Li suddenly changed the topic to him, Jiang Hai was also stunned. Then he also analyzed the meaning of Qi Li's words in his mind. It should be that she already knew that he and AI Xiaoxi went to the Mid-Autumn Festival. Since this had already happened, it was nothing. But today, he had to go to her house for dinner. After thinking it through, Jiang Hai glanced at AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yunshan with some difficulty. If Jiang Hai went, these two girls definitely couldn't go, but they just said that they were going to eat halal. Jiang Hai really didn't have the habit of standing others up. "It's okay, we could just fool them at home. Remember to come back early tonight." Hearing Qi Li's words and Jiang Hai's gaze, AI Xiaoxi was more sensible. She also knew that Jiang Hai didn't belong to her alone. Since he had accompanied her for so many days, there was nothing wrong with accompanying Qi Li to deal with her mother now. Jiang Hai also told her about Qi Li, although what Qi Li did that year was really wrong. But after all, Jiang Hai owed her a debt. At this time, AI Xiaoxi had already put herself in the position of Jiang Hai's girlfriend and began to look at the problem from Jiang Hai's perspective. Definitely. Hearing that AI Xiaoxi relented, Jiang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't make it difficult for him. Just as he was about to agree, Qili spoke before him. You probably won't come back tonight. You guys should go to bed early. It's not easy to go to my mother's place. It's impossible for me to stay there, but Jiang Hai came back to stay. After all, he is still my husband now. Directly interrupting Jiang Hai's words, Qili said with a serious face. Hearing Qili's words, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but be speechless. Shouldn't everyone take a step back in this matter? But this Qili had been taking a step back when facing Jiang Hai. But when facing them, this strong woman didn't have a trace of mercy. They were looking at her, and she was also looking at them. Cough. Let's see how the situation goes. Okay, Qili, let's go. This time, Jiang Hai realized that there was no other way. 3 women, 6 pairs of eyes. The gazes were like a high-voltage current, constantly intersecting in front of Jiang Hai. At the critical moment, Jiang Hai's courage once again played an important role. After awkwardly nodding apologetically to AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yunshan, he said to Qili. Since he had agreed to go, Jiang Hai couldn't pretend that this didn't happen. Then let's go. Hearing that Jiang Hai was going to leave, Qili was like a general who had won a battle. She stood up, glanced at Feng Yunshan and AI Xiaoxi, and walked towards the door. Jiang Hai also put on his coat, hugged the 2 girls, and walked out with Qili. When the door was closed, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but curl her lips. There's no other way. We are born weaker than that woman, but I believe that we can definitely win against that guy and firmly snatch Jiang Hai in our hands. Looking at AI Xiaoxi's appearance, Feng Yunshan was very relaxed. She lay back on the sofa and then said to AI Xiaoxi. Hearing her words, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. This Sister Chun is always so optimistic. This kind of mentality is really good. Sometimes she thinks a lot. Okay, let's not care about her. What shall we eat tonight? Shaking her hair, AI Xiaoxi threw this thought out her mind, then sat opposite Feng Yunshan and said to Feng Yunshan, sometimes she thinks too much. Now that she has finally made up her mind to face her relationship with Jiang Hai, then she shouldn't be affected by these things. It's useful to laugh happily now. She must laugh happily in the end. This is the real victory. Why don't we order a meal? How long have you not eaten hamburgers? After thinking for a while, Feng Yunshan suddenly said, Oh, it seems to have been a long time. In their line of work, these high-calorie things are absolutely not to be touched. Although later, Jiang Hai sent beef and the like, which made their bodies better, eating these foods won't make them fat. But the habits formed in the past are not so easy to change. Moreover, not eating these things is also good for the body. Then let's do it. Seeing that AI Xiaoxi seemed to be very interested, Feng Yunshan picked up the phone and made a call. At this time, Jiang Hai didn't know what these 2 girls are going to eat at home. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After coming downstairs with Qili, Jiang Hai was still thinking about what to do in the future. To be honest, Jiang Hai's character is really very troublesome. When he encounters something, he will always be a little indecisive. And in the face of temptation, he can't control himself, just like Aphrodite. A few months ago, Jiang Hai jumped high and said, although he is not a gentleman, he won't take advantage of others. A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, blah 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 blah. But now, the other party directly pounced on him, and Jiang Hai was scared. Such a person can't survive more than 3 episodes in a TV series. Now, on one side is Qili, who he's about to solve a knot in his heart, and on the other side is Feng Yunshan and AI Xiaoxi. Jiang Hai is also a little tangled. Don't worry, if you really want to come back tonight, then come back. Sitting in the car, looking at Jiang Hai's constipated expression, Qili's heart was a little lost, but she still said to Jiang Hai, Forget it, I'll listen to you tonight, but tomorrow you have to go out with us. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai threw such thoughts out of his mind, then looked at Qili and said with a smile, I have to go together? Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Qili couldn't help but be a little confused. Is this okay? Of course, you have to come together. Tomorrow, the four of us will go out and play together. Well, let me think about what I want to play. Let's go to the amusement park. Looking at Chi Li's surprised and puzzled eyes, Jiang Hai said with certainty, and then he began to arrange where to go tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, are you very young now? Do you want to go to the amusement park? Hearing Jiang Hai mention this place, Chi Li couldn't help but ask. Then where do you think we should go if we don't go to the amusement park? Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai shrugged. Well, let's go to the amusement park. After thinking about it, Chi Li really didn't know where the four of them would go together, so she listened to Jiang Hai. Chapter 588. Saying that it was an amusement park brought the relationship between the two of them closer. It made the atmosphere in the car less lifeless. Since they had opened the topic, Chi Li also began to ask Jiang Hai about Jiang Hai's manor in the United States. In her opinion, Jiang Hai's manor was very important. Not only was it Jiang Hai's property, but it was also the main source of meat for her four restaurants. These were all very important. There's no problem with the manor. I've already bought the cattle for next year. 15,000 bulls and 4,000 calves. Next year, I could sell about 2,000 calves, which adds up to 17,000 bulls. I've reserved 1,000 bulls for you. If it's not enough, you can tell me, and I'll squeeze out some more for you. Hearing Chi Li ask about the cattle, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to Chi Li. In fact, when Jiang Hai kept the bulls, he was still dissatisfied with Chi Li. But because of AI Xiaoxi's matter, Jiang Hai's hostility towards Chi Li suddenly lessened a lot. However, he had already reserved 1,000 cows. But if it wasn't enough, Jiang Hai could make some more. Okay, 1,000 bulls is enough. After all, I'm not going to open a branch. But in addition to beef, our restaurant high-end goods are still lacking. I'm afraid that sooner or later, people will get tired of eating beef. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li couldn't help but say with some hesitation. But Jiang Hai chuckled when he heard her words. I have a lot of high-end goods. Lobsters, all more than 30 caddies, especially long sea cucumbers, double-headed abalones. By next year, the fish I raise will be almost ready to be produced. There are salmon, grouper, dragon crab, king crab, 9-joint shrimp, and so on. There is also tuna. Around July next year, there should also be a batch of Yangtze River grenadier fish and large yellow croaker fish. As soon as he heard Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai also calculated the high-end goods in his fishery. But after calculating, Jiang Hai was really stunned. There were really a lot of high-end goods in his fishery. Although Jiang Hai's fish are said to be farmed, except for the small seedlings, it can be said that these fish all imitate natural growth. Take the salmon, for example. Jiang Hai's salmon is a 3-year Atlantic salmon. In fact, the salmon we traditionally talk about refers to the Atlantic salmon. There is no salmon in the Pacific Ocean. 90% of the salmon in Asia is actually chum salmon. This fish looks almost the same as salmon. The only difference is that chum salmon has small black spots on its dorsal fin, but salmon only has them on its body, not on its dorsal fin. Therefore, there were many businesses that called salmon XX salmon, such as red salmon and so on. But the problem is that it is not salmon just because you call it salmon. The difference is actually quite big. But there are too few people who know this, and the biggest exporter of salmon is Norway. In the early days, Norway's salmon couldn't be sold. This was because the main exporting country, Japan, ate sashimi. In the early days, salmon had to be cooked. They didn't eat raw salmon. Later on, Norway exported salmon to Japan. Gradually, they started to eat raw salmon. The most popular time was in the 1980s. Norway exported a large amount of seafood to Japan. After implementing the Japan Plan for 15 years, Japan's habit of eating raw salmon was completely changed. Later, huaxia also became the main force of eating salmon. But this fish is far from being a threat, but it is really not easy to catch it. Its living range is very limited, and it only lives in the Atlantic Ocean. After all, it is difficult to fool people who understand the meaning of chum salmon. It is precisely because of this that now in the Pacific Ocean, huaxia, Japan, and South Korea are eating farmed salmon. But generally, Farmed salmon can't eat wild shrimp and plankton, so its meat is white. If you want to turn it red, you need to feed it artificial astaxanthin. But if you feed it too much, it will become red. If you feed it too little, it won't be sold at a high price. So it is still very complicated. Moreover, if you feed it too much, Jianghai doesn't know whether it is harmful to the human body. But he doesn't need to feed it anyway, because there are a lot of small shrimps at his fish farm. Because Jianghai's seaweeds absorb spiritual energy, just like the pasture in Jianghai's manor, they naturally have spiritual energy. This spiritual energy attracts a large number of plankton that feed on these seaweeds. And these plankton attract a large number of creatures that feed on these things. In addition to the small squid and small octopus that Jianghai raises, Jianghai's fish farm has a large number of Arctic sweet shrimps. These shrimps swim here on their own. The number is unusually large, forming the bottom of the biological chain. At least, the fish in Jianghai's fish farm are difficult to finish. The salmon was already 3 years old when they bought it, so it wasn't a problem for them to eat these things. Recently, Jianghai salmon and the like have grown quite big. It is estimated that it will not be a problem to sell them next year. Of course, Jianghai can also choose to let these fish swim back to the river he built to lay eggs, so that he can get more salmon. But there's a problem. That is, the salmon will die after laying eggs, then it can't be sold at a high price. So this is a trade-off problem, but Jianghai believes that Edward Anderson and the others will solve it. I didn't expect you to have so many good things. It seems that after a while, I will have to check again to see what can be used in my restaurant. Hearing that there are so many good things in Jianghai's fish farm, Qi couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't know that there are so many fun things in Jianghai's manor. Lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, king crab, tuna, salmon grouper, dragon crab, plus the beef provided by Jianghai. All of a sudden, Qi found that it was just around the corner for her to dominate the high-level catering industry in the capital. If you want to go, you are welcome at any time. Hearing her words, Jianghai smiled. Although Qi may be a little embarrassed when she sees Aphrodite and the others, if she wants to go, then Jianghai won't mind. Okay, but it's already November now. There's nothing fun to go there. When will you fish? Hearing what Jianghai said, Qi also seriously thought about it. In fact, to be honest, she wants to go with Jianghai now. But the problem is that she can't, because the Qi family still depends on her helmet. Now that she goes to Jianghai, it means that she has to give up control of the Qi family, which she can't agree to. Huaxia people and foreigners have a little essential difference. That is the desire to control. For example, if a foreigner establishes a company, shares or something, they must firmly hold it in their hands. But for the operation and management of the company, they are more inclined to find a professional manager or someone they cultivated themselves, give him a certain proportion of dividends, tie this person to their own chariot, and let him manage the company. For example, Walton, who is very familiar with Jianghai, is now the Walton family's Walmart, managed by an outsider. But the people in China are different. When a person in China establishes a company, he must be in charge of it himself. When his control is over, even if his son or daughter is a waste, a prodigal, or a moron, this company will definitely be passed on to his child. He will not find a manager and give out some of his due dividends. More than 95% of the enterprises in China are all family businesses, and the Qi family is the same. If he wants her to give up, she will think about it later. At least for now, it is impossible. Probably in March, April, or May where I am. You have to ask my fisherman for the specific time. Last year, when Jianghai was raising fish, he had heard that it would take at least a year to raise these fishes. If 1 year wasn't too long, then it would take 2 years. However, they didn't think that Jianghai had something to do with spiritual qi. So, these fish raised for half a year are not smaller than the fish raised for 1.5 years by others. If they are raised for another half a year, it will be almost the same as the fish raised for 2 or 3 years by others. When the time comes, there will be no problem at all. Okay, I will call you in advance when the time comes. I will definitely go when the fish are released. Hearing Jianghai's words, Qi said seriously. At this time, the car slowly entered Qi Li's neighborhood. After parking the car in front of Lu Li's villa, Jiang Hai also got out of the car with some things. These things are the beef in his manor. He sent it to Fu Yuan through express delivery, and Fu Yuan brought it to him today. He left some at home, preparing to eat it with Feng Yunshin and Ai Xiaoxi in the next few days. The rest is brought to Qi Li's mother. After all, she is his official mother-in-law in name. When Jiang Hai and Qi Li walked into the villa, they found that the people in the villa are busy. The servants in the villa, as well as Qi Li's mother, are cleaning up the dishes and carrying the dishes. It is very lively. Hey, Xiaojiang, you are back. Take a seat, it's time to eat. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qi Li's mother saw Jiang Hai immediately, and then said to Jiang Hai warmly, especially when she saw the beef that Jiang Hai brought over, her eyes could not help but shine. She walked quickly to Jiang Hai and took the beef directly with a smile on her face. In fact, during the new year, Jiang Hai gave her a lot of beef, but at that time, Qi Li's mother did not know the price of the beef. She thought that Jiang Hai was just showing his filial piety, so she did not care about it. Later on, after eating Jiang Hai's beef, she felt that it tasted very good, so she called Qi Li and asked where Jiang Hai bought his beef. At that time, she learned from Qi Li that Jiang Hai's beef could not be bought outside. Chapter 589. To be honest, Qi Li's mother was not willing to eat beef that cost more than 2,000 yuan per kilogram. If it weren't for the fact that her family was really rich, she might have sent the beef to Qi Li and let her sell it. But at this time, she also knew that her son-in-law, who seemed to be a little honest and had no other abilities, had grown up. Unknowingly, she had already grown up. Originally, she felt a little apologetic about letting her daughter marry Jiang Hai, because at that time, she also felt that Jiang Hai was not worthy of her daughter. Speaking of Jiang Hai, a year ago, Jiang Hai did not seem to have any advantages. Although he was not short, he was not very tall either. His appearance was average, and he did not encounter any earth-shattering events. Nor did he have any money, nor did he know how to talk, nor did he cause any trouble. He had no potential to speak of. What could an unemployed person who graduated from a third-rate university have? The only advantage was that Jiang Hai was quite honest, and she knew him well. She pulled him out at the critical moment to shut those people's mouths. Originally, she also thought that if Qi Li could live with Jiang Hai, she would let her live with Jiang Hai. If not, she would just divorce him. This could be seen from the fact that Jiang Hai had come to her place during the new year, and her attitude wasn't very lively. Generally speaking, the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the happier she would be, unless the mother-in-law really did not like the son-in-law. But now it seemed that Jiang Hai was really hiding something. According to Qi Li, the money he earned from selling beef for a year was not lower than the total value of the Qi group. This was just the money he earned from selling beef for a year. What about next year? The year after that? It was scary to think about it. In addition, Jiang Hai provided her with the beef, so Qi Li's mother liked him more and more. Hey, Mom, this is some beef from my manor. If you like it, just tell me, and I'll send it to you. Seeing Qi Li's mother being so enthusiastic about his beef, Jiang Hai also smiled. It seemed that his mother-in-law was slowly changing. After a few simple greetings, Jiang Hai and Qi Li sat at the dining table. The dining table was not small, but there were only 3 people sitting at it: Jiang Hai, Qi Li, and Qi Li's mother. Other than them, there was no one else, but the table was full of dishes. Xiaoyi, come and sit with us. Seeing that all the dishes were served, the girl that Jiang Hai had seen twice seemed to be called Zheng Xiaoyi. She nodded and was about to leave, but before she could leave, she was stopped by Qi Li's mother. Andy, it's better not. Let's go to the kitchen and have a bite. Hearing Qi Li's mother's words, the girl named Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. As mentioned before, Zheng Xiaoyi's father was very close to Qi Li's father. Later, there was an accident, and her father passed away. Then, the Qi family brought her home and raised her as their own daughter. However, perhaps because of the shock, this girl's reaction was slow, and she was very stubborn. After coming here, she thought that she couldn't live here for free. She had to be a servant and take care of the Qi family. It seemed that she liked this job very much. Of course, no one in the Qi family really treated her as a servant. Although she was wearing servant's clothes, for Chi Li, she was still her sister. Well, let's eat together. You haven't eaten with your brother-in-law yet. Chi Li stood up and pulled Zhang Xiao to sit beside her. She then said to Zhang Xiao, Zhang Xiao, you seem to be in a dilemma. Ah. Hearing Chi Li's words, the girl who still had some resistance couldn't help but feel a little confused. Then, she said slowly. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai also smiled. This girl is really quite interesting. Okay, let's eat. If we don't eat, the food will get cold. Here is Jiang Hai's beef. This is very rare. Looking at the happy scene in front of her, Chi Li's mother also said with a smile. Then, she motioned for everyone to start eating. Jiang Hai didn't stand on ceremony. After Chi Li's mother started eating, Jiang Hai also picked up some food to eat. As for Chi Li and Zhang Xiao, they were also eating and chatting. The meal was still very harmonious. Unknowingly, the meal was finished. However, there were still a lot of dishes left. Naturally, these were cleaned up by the servants. Jiang Hai and the other three sat in the living room. Zhang Xiao made a pot of tea. Jiang Hai and the others watched TV, drank tea, and chatted at the same time. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. In Ice City in October, the sky turned dark very early. To be exact, the sky turned dark very early all year round. During the hottest period of summer, the longest day could only last until 8 o'clock in the evening. It was completely different from the central and western Huaxia, where the sky was still bright after 9 o'clock in the evening. In October, the sky turned dark even earlier. After 7 o'clock, it was already very dark outside. Therefore, there was really no concept of time. Unknowingly, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Jiang just came back today, right? Then you must be a little tired. I have already prepared your rooms. You could go to sleep directly later. Glancing at her watch, Chi Li's mother also stood up. She was preparing to go to bed. Old people, especially women like Chi Li's mother, were originally in poor health. Moreover, they were too rich. Therefore, in order to avoid being targeted, she usually lived in seclusion. Things like square dancing would never happen to her. After all, the Chi group's assets were tens of billions. Wealth moved people's hearts. Who knew if there were good people outside? What if she was kidnapped by others? Therefore, Chi Li's mother went to bed very early. Of course, she also woke up very early. However, she only walked around the courtyard or the neighborhood. She also needed someone to accompany her. Basically, it was Zhang Xiao who accompanied her to walk around. Okay. Hearing Chi Li's mother's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment because he still wanted to go back now. However, after his waist was poked by Chi Li, Jiang Hai couldn't help but stand up. While watching Chi Li's mother return to her room, he also responded awkwardly. After watching Chi Li's mother close the door, Jiang Hai looked at Chi Li helplessly. What are you looking at? Let's go to bed. Seeing Jiang Hai's gaze, Chi Li's face couldn't help but blush a little, but she was still tough. She glanced at Jiang Hai, took the initiative to hold Jiang Hai's arm, and led Jiang Hai to the second floor. The largest bedroom on the second floor was Jiang Hai and Chi Li's home here. Unfortunately, they had never lived here once. Today was an exception. Walking into this room, the first thing that caught Jiang Hai's eyes was a big bed. There was a huge red bedsheet on top of the big bed. The middle of the bedsheet was drawn into a heart shape. There was a double happiness symbol rusted inside, and there was a mandarin duck pattern below. Needless to say, it was obvious that this was only used for weddings. Looking at this big bed, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This scene was a bit familiar. However, in the original plot, Chi Li should say to him coldly, "You go to sleep." Then she would go next door to sleep for the night. However, the current script was clearly different from the original. Chi Li didn't directly leave Jiang Hai here, nor did she leave. Instead, she walked into the room before Jiang Hai. In front of Jiang Hai, she didn't care about her image and directly lay on the bed. Jiang Hai even saw the looming black under her skirt. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai couldn't help but turn his face to the side, then sat on a chair in the room and turned on the TV. Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, Chi Li also turned around on the bed and looked at Jiang Hai. Aren't you going to take a shower first? Seeing that Jiang Hai was staring at the TV while glancing at her from time to time, Qi Li smiled and said to him. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai also nodded and walked into the bathroom next to him. But after going in, he found that he didn't have any clothes to change into. The jacket is fine, but what about the underwear? He didn't put any clothes here. If he washed this thing now, what would he wear after washing it? But if he didn't wash it, if he didn't want to wash it, then he wouldn't wash it. After struggling for a while, Jiang Hai took a shower in the big bathroom. It was still very simple for a man to take a shower. He washed his hair with the hair foam, simply wiped his body, and then rinsed it. At least, Jiang Hai took a shower like this. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Hai had already come out, but when he came out, he found that Qi Li had already changed her clothes. At this time, Qi Li had already changed from the almost unchanging office lady clothes and changed into pink pajamas. But this pajamas seemed to be a little too small. Not only was there a huge V-shape on the top, but the bottom of the pajamas only covered the bottom. The length of the hem barely covered her underwear. Her two straight, slender, long legs were exposed in front of Jiang Hai. Coupled with Qi Li's pretty good looks, Jiang Hai once again shifted his gaze. Seeing Jiang Hai coming out, Qi Li greeted him with a smile and looked at Jiang Hai and said, "You are done showering. You take a shower." When Jiang Hai heard Qi Li's words, he didn't dare to look at her now. Jiang Hai bypassed Qi Li and went to the sofa next to him. He didn't dare to sit on the bed, so he just watched TV. Qi Li looked at Jiang Hai's reaction and chuckled. She walked into the bathroom and hummed while taking a shower. Although Jiang Hai's eyes were watching TV, his ears heard Qi Li's humming and the sound of water. To be honest, it was quite torturous, but fortunately, Qi Li didn't take too long. About 20 minutes later, she came out of the bathroom. Jiang Hai glanced at her unconsciously and couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. At this time, although Qi Li was still wearing pajamas, it was obvious that she had removed the vest and underpants that were supposed to be under the pajamas. This scene was a bit fierce. Chapter 590. Is there anything good on TV? Looking at Jiang Hai's slightly sluggish eyes, Qi Li slowly walked over. While wiping the water droplets on her hair, she climbed onto the bed casually. Under Jiang Hai's gaze, she sat cross-legged and looked at the TV in the distance. At this time, under Jiang Hai's gaze, Qi Li's 2 points and the forest below were completely visible, but she didn't seem to care at all. I don't think so. To be honest, Jiang Hai really didn't have any intention of watching TV at this time. He just turned on the TV casually because he didn't know what to do. If there's nothing good to watch, then let's sleep. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li tilted her head and looked at Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai also nodded. Come up and sleep. Seeing Jiang Hai nod, Qi Li also patted the position next to her and said to Jiang Hai, "Forget it. I'll just sleep on the sofa for a night." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai gently pushed his glasses and took a deep breath. It was better to be calm at this time. Sleep on the sofa? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Really, you are not cute at all. You're my husband. Do you know that? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li suddenly said to Jiang Hai. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be speechless. And the most important thing is, if my mother knows that you're sleeping on the sofa, wouldn't we be exposed? After hesitating, Qi Li looked at Jiang Hai and said faintly. After that, she lowered her head. She didn't say such words. Well, okay. Looking at Qi Li's appearance, Jiang Hai's head was also a little confused. He didn't think about it. He was sleeping on the sofa. How could Qi Li's mother know? But at this time, there was no such thought in his mind. Inexplicably, he turned off the TV and then lay on the side of the big bed with his clothes on. Do you sleep with your clothes on? Leaning her head next to Jiang Hai's ear, Qi Li hugged Jiang Hai from behind and then whispered in his ear. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say. I heard that sleeping in level 1 is very good for a person's body, but he used to live alone. I was really afraid that if something happened, I wouldn't have a place to escape. But now, I have you by my side, so I want to give it a try. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't speak, Chi whispered in a low voice. Are you really ready? To be honest, if a woman threw herself into his arms like this, Jiang Hai would definitely do it first. But the woman behind him was Chi, so Jiang Hai had to suppress this thought. After taking a deep breath and calming down the anxiety in his heart, Jiang Hai said to Chi, what is there to prepare for? I am your wife, you're my husband. Isn't it normal to do this? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi hugged Jiang Hai even tighter because she could hear that Jiang Hai was still hesitating. Feeling Chi Li's movement behind him, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before saying to Chi Li, to tell you the truth, I am indebted to your Chi family. I have never denied this point. After all, you extended a helping hand when I needed it the most. If the Chi family has any orders, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help. As for me, I admit, I originally had a very good impression of you. Feeling Chi Li's movement behind him, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before speaking to Chi Li. Originally, when Chi Li heard Jiang Hai say that he was just grateful to the Chi family, her body trembled for no reason. But after hearing the following words, she hugged Jiang Hai even tighter. And I'm saying if we could live together like an ordinary husband and wife, maybe we wouldn't be like today. Of course, that's not very possible. After all, back then, I really wasn't worthy of your attention. Feeling Chi Li's movement, Jiang Hai sighed. He knew what level he was at back then. Why would Chi Li like him? Just like what Chi Li's mother said, Jiang Hai was more than a year ago. He was not handsome, his family background was not good, he had no potential, and he did not know how to speak well. If such a man had found an ordinary woman to marry and have children with, his life would have passed. However, he had married Chi Li, the daughter of heaven. Not to mention Chi Li, anyone would think that the two were actually not a match. It was that simple. Cinderella could marry a prince, but the stinky hooligan married a princess. This was the most realistic problem. Hearing Jiang Hai's slightly self-deprecating words, Chi Li suddenly hugged Jiang Hai tightly and said seriously, but now you are not the same as before. Although I don't know why I like you, I am very sure that what I like is not your money, not your bull, but you as a person. If you still have me in your heart, then let's start over. I think you understand what I'm talking about. Feng Yinshan, AI Xiaoxi. I can tell you, in addition to them, I actually have other women outside, such as Aphrodite. I cannot give them any status, but I can't leave them alone and start over with you. You can say that I am greedy or that I am a scumbag, but I am indeed a scumbag. In the face of temptation, my resistance is not strong because I don't know what I'm holding on to in my heart. Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai brought this matter to the surface for the first time. Jiang Hai would not give up on these women. This was also a big problem for him to have a serious friendship. If it was more than a year ago, Chi Li and Jiang Hai said, let's be together. Jiang Hai would be conflicted, but if something really happened, he would still be wholeheartedly with Chi Li. He could also endure the temptation of the outside world, because he was a man with a wife. But now this wife of his was almost non-existent. He already wanted to start a new relationship. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable for him to indulge himself a little. But now that things had already happened, some women could be broken, but some he could not. Because if he was really good to only one woman and turned his back on other women, then in the eyes of other women, he was also the one who betrayed them. Jiang Hai was unwilling to abandon these people. This was the most troublesome thing. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li's hand, which was originally holding Jiang Hai, could not help but loosen a little. She wanted to reconcile with Jiang Hai. She wanted to be with Jiang Hai. She wanted to give herself to Jiang Hai tonight. But she must think carefully about what Jiang Hai said. Jiang Hai had more than one woman. This was different from breaking up with a mistress. Perhaps at this time, in Jiang Hai's heart, the position of those women was much more important than her. There were no fetters between them. If she really wanted to start a relationship with Jiang Hai, it meant that she had to accept those. Unless she was just playing with Jiang Hai, then it did not matter. But she did not know if she was ready to share Jiang Hai with other women. Just like AI Xiaoxi, she had always regarded herself as Jiang Hai's legal wife. It seemed that as long as she came back, those snakes, insects, rats, and ants would all run away. But now these snakes, insects, rats, and ants had gone deep into this home, and Jiang Hai had become one with them. If she wanted to find the equality and balance between men and women, it would be a little too presumptuous. Think about it carefully. This is also a problem between us. I'll leave this problem to you to decide. Whether we stay as we are, be friends, or go one step further, it's all up to you. Jiang Hai felt Qi Li's hesitation behind him. So he gently patted her hand, sat up from the bed again, and went to lie down on the sofa. This time, Qi Li did not pull Jiang Hai because she also felt that she really had to think about these things carefully. Jiang Hai was not willing to touch her when he was completely undecided. This was Jiang Hai's promise to her, and also his protection for her, so she really had to think about it carefully. On the other side, Jiang Hai, who came to the sofa, suddenly felt as if he had become a saint. Jiang Hai did not like this kind of saint appearance. Maybe it was because of the previous feelings, or maybe Jiang Hai was really interested in Qi Li. He did not want to do anything excessive in such a situation. Qi Li was different from Aphrodite and the others. Aphrodite and the others originally only wanted to stay by Jiang Hai's side. That was all. She was different from Feng Yinchen. Feng Yinchen had already made it very clear that she wanted to be Jiang Hai's lover on the first day she met Jiang Hai. She was also different from Pra Walton and Selena Gomez. The relationship between the three of them was probably just that of friends. They did not think of marrying Jiang Hai, and Jiang Hai did not think of making any promises to them. It was that simple. The only one who was similar to Qi Li was Ai Xiaoxi, but Ai Xiaoxi was just preparing to sell herself at the beginning, just like Jiang Hai in the beginning. She sold herself for money, and the subsequent ideas came later. The story between Jiang Hai and Qi Li was far from simple as it seemed. The bond between them was very deep. Finally, Jiang Hai took a deep breath and fell asleep on the sofa. He took one last look at Qi Li, who was lying on the bed. Chapter 591. Sitting in the car, Jiang Hai moved his arms, but he felt that his whole body was sore. In fact, this was also his own fault. How can his body not be sore after sleeping on the sofa for a night, even if he has 4 times the physical fitness? You just want to do it. There is a bed, but you don't sleep. You sleep on the sofa. You sleep on the bed, so you must do that with me. Looking at Jiang Hai's miserable grin, Qi Li couldn't help but pat him. Looking at Jiang Hai's comment, she was really angry and funny. Aren't you afraid that you can't control yourself? Rolling his eyes at Qi Li, Jiang Hai said snappily. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li's mouth unconsciously raised. Jiang Hai is afraid that he can't control himself. It means that Jiang Hai likes me and is very interested in my body. Otherwise, he won't be unable to control himself. Hearing her laughter, Jiang Hai glanced at her snappily. She is really gloating. Okay, we are almost at your house. Looking at Jiang Hai leaning there, Qi Li said to him. Now Qi Li was driving her family's car. It wasn't a good car, but it wasn't particularly bad. It was a fake SUV from Infiniti QX50. The top version was less than 500,000 yuan. For people like Qi Li, this car was just a car to drive when going out to play, and it couldn't go to places that were too outdoor. This kind of car was the so-called city SUV. Such a car couldn't be sold at a high price in the United States because everyone drove MPVs and sedans in the city. SUVs were driven when they wanted to go outside. Not many people drove such a car in the city. But in Huaxia, this kind of city SUV was still very popular. They liked to drive such a car in the city. Okay. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai also took out his phone and called Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yinchen. After making the call, Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yinchen quickened their steps. When the car stopped downstairs of Jiang Hai's house, Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yinchen were already waiting for Jiang Hai and Qi Li. Seeing the car driving over, the two women opened the back door and got in. When they got in, they couldn't help shivering. It was October in Bing City, and it was indeed cold. It could be said that this was the coldest time in Bing City, as the temperature would drop below 10 degrees Celsius in the morning and evening. Although it was still hot at noon, it was difficult to reach 20 degrees Celsius. It was only 5 or 6 degrees Celsius in the morning and evening. At this time, Bing City's winter was jealous of the heaters south of the Yangtze River. The heaters had not started heating yet. It could be said that the first half of October and the second half of April were the coldest times in Bing City. After this period, it would be much warmer. Feng Yinshen and AI Xiaoxi's physical fitness was good. After all, they had been eating Jiang Hai's beef, but they couldn't stand the cold. Moreover, these two girls were models, so they didn't wear much clothes. After standing downstairs for less than 3 minutes, they were almost freezing. When they got into the car, they kept rubbing their hands and shaking their legs, hoping to warm up. "Oh, it's so cold. We could just play at home. Why are we going to the amusement park?" Looking at Jiang Hai and Qi Li in front, Feng Yinshen said unhappily, "To be honest, this kind of weather was the best time to play at home. This is Jiang Hai's idea. Ask him." Hearing Feng Yinshen's words, Qi Li shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she couldn't help. Huaxiao women's nature was to listen to men. Of course, there were few exceptions. "We haven't been to the amusement park together. Let's go and play." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai also turned his head and said to the two girls behind him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two girls couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. "I have been there with you before. We went there several times when we were in junior high school." Jiang Hai just finished his words. Feng Yinshen had already said, Okay. When they were in junior high school, they did go to the amusement park many times. "She went there with you before?" "No, then I have to go with you." But who would have thought that when Feng Yinshen's voice fell, Qi Li immediately added a sentence. Feng Yinshen and Jiang Hai had been to the amusement park, so she had to go too. "That's right, I want to go too." Well, at this time, AI Xiaoxi also said. Feng Yinshen didn't expect that her words directly smashed her own foot. She rolled her eyes at the two sisters who were not firm in their stance. She could only give in helplessly, 3 votes against 1 vote, and she was not so resistant to going there to play. "Okay, let's go to the amusement park." Seeing that no one had any objections, Jiang Hai smiled and patted the front passenger seat and said to Qi Li. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. Bing City's economy was not very developed. Based on China's GDP ranking, Bing City was only ranked 27th. It was not considered a first-tier city in China. That's why Bing City did not have any amusement parks like most cities in China. Like Happy Valley, which was common in all cities in China, Bing City did not have any amusement parks. Bing City did not have any amusement parks like Happy Valley. There was only one Bing City amusement park in Bing City, and it was very old. But obviously, this type of amusement park could not attract many customers. But the people in Bing City had no other choice, so they could only go there. The location of this amusement park was quite far from Jiang Hai's house. There were 3 landmark buildings there. In front of them was Bing City's biggest temple, Jilu Temple. Next to Jilu Temple was Electronics World, which was Bing City's biggest computer installation facility. Behind them was Bing City's amusement park, which Jiang Hai and the rest were going to today. After driving to the amusement park, Jiang Hai and the rest did not say anything. They bought the tickets and entered the amusement park. The weather was getting warmer, and it was November. There were still many people here. Many adults brought their children to the amusement park, and they were having fun. After Jiang Hai and the rest entered the amusement park, Qi Li, Feng Yinshen, and AI Xiaoxi attracted a lot of attention. Basically, when they walked past, they would attract a lot of attention. Qi Li was the type of cool female CEO. Feng Yinshen had the image of a perfect royal sister, while AI Xiaoxi had the image of a young and beautiful girl. As they walked by, they really attracted a lot of attention. Of course, there were also people who tried to talk to them, but when they saw Jiang Hai's height of more than 190 centimeters and his rather sturdy build, most of them withered away. And those who dared to come over were ignored by the 4 people, embarrassing them to death. After entering the amusement park, the 3 girls who did not like the amusement park went crazy. Roller coasters, bumper cars, things that were similar to Torrential Rush, and haunted houses. They all went one round. Jiang Hai also had a good time. The best amusement park that Jiang Hai had ever been to was the largest Disneyland in Oakland. But compared to these things abroad, the domestic amusement park was closer to life. Unknowingly, Jiang Hai and the rest played until 1 p.m. The three girls were a little hungry, and Jiang Hai was almost done. Since there was nothing else to play, Jiang Hai waved his hand and went to eat. After the four of them left the amusement park, they were ready to eat. At this time, it was up to Jiang Hai. If it was about other things, Jiang Hai might be very ordinary. For example, ask him where to buy beautiful clothes. Ask him where to find bars and nightclubs. Jiang Hai did not know these things, but if you asked him where to find delicious food, then you asked the right person. Jiang Hai asked the three girls what they wanted to eat, and they decided to go to Central Street to eat buns. The steam buns that Jiang Hai mentioned were called Kaifeng steam buns. It was originally a state-run restaurant. The biggest feature of the so-called state-run restaurant was that the waiters were quite good. If you don't want to eat, you don't have to. They were all paid by the state, just like the current civil servants. Their attitude was quite bad, and the environment was also very ordinary. In the summer, the steamers that were thrown outside would have flies on them. However, the main reason why people came to eat here was because the steam buns here were really delicious. When the buns were popular, people even had to line up at the same table. This restaurant was really good. In Bing City, there were only two restaurants that had the best buns. One was this restaurant, and the other was Gubuli Buns. Of course, some people said that Gubuli buns were not delicious, and this was the truth. However, the stuffing had to be differentiated. The fresh shrimp stuffing in Gubuli's steamed buns tasted pretty good, and the steamed buns in this restaurant's soup dumplings were pretty good. Most importantly, the restaurant had been converted into a private one, so the sanitary conditions were a lot better. After parking the car here and paying the parking fee, Jiang Hai's group of three walked into the bun shop. Because it was changed to a private business, there was no such thing as sharing tables. The originally simple steamed buns were now added with stir-fried dishes. It was more like a restaurant than a simple steamed bun shop. After Jiang Hai's group of four sat down, they ordered 4 trays of steamed buns and then some dishes. Of course, Jiang Hai's order of double-cooked pork was inevitable. Maybe it was because when Jiang Hai and the others arrived, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, there were no guests, so the dishes were served quite quickly. Not long after, 4 trays of steamed buns and stir-fried dishes were served. After the steamed buns were served, the 3 girls couldn't wait to pick them up. But when their chopsticks touched them, the steamed buns with very thin skin leaked out. Seeing this scene, the 3 girls couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai. What's going on? Their buns are like this. The skin is very thin, so when you pick it up, you have to pick it up. After you put it into the bowl, you have to cool it first, and then suck out the soup before eating the buns. Otherwise, you'll be scalded. Looking at the gazes of the 3 women, Jiang Hai smiled. Under their gazes, he picked up a steamed bun and put it on the plate that he had already prepared. After blowing on the steamed bun and taking a sip of the soup, he began to eat the steamed bun. When the steamed bun entered his mouth, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod. Delicious. Chapter 592. Hey, you're here. Opening the door, Huang Yunfei looked at Jiang Hai standing outside the door and said with a smile, "What can I do for you?" Looking at Huang Yunfei, who opened the door, Jiang Hai also came in and looked at the people who had already come here and said to Huang Yunfei with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei also took a look. "Help me pack the candy box first. The balloons and other things are almost finished." Glancing at the room, although it was a mess, everything was almost done. Now Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua are playing with balloons, and they will go downstairs in a while. Now there is still a little trouble in packing the candy, and the manpower is not enough. Okay. After talking to Huang Yunfei, Jiang Hai went to the table over there and greeted Huang Yunfei's mother, who was organizing people to pack the candy box, and began to do it. These candy boxes were ordered from the internet. A few people are responsible for folding the box, a few people are responsible for taking the candy, and a few people are responsible for packing the box and sealing it, then putting it in a circle and tying it up. Now, weddings basically use such candy boxes, and they look good. The ones sent to the car are all big candy boxes for cigarettes. This needs to be packed separately. Now it is packed on the table on the wedding day. Jiang Hai is here. Your wife didn't come back? Looking at Jiang Hai sitting here, Huang Yunfei's mother couldn't help but ask with a smile. Oh, she's back, but she's a little busy today. She'll come back tomorrow. Looking at the smiling Huang Yunfei's mother, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei's mother couldn't help but nod. Hey, your wife manages such a big company. It's inevitable that she's busy. You are really lucky to have such a good wife. How many years of hard work do you have? Looking at Jiang Hai, Huang Yunfei's mother couldn't help but say with emotion. Hearing Huang Yunfei's mother's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He didn't answer this, and he didn't know how to answer. Mom, what are you talking about? Now Jiang Hai's money is not less than his wife's. However, after Huang Yunfei heard his mother's words, he couldn't help but complain. After hearing her son's words, Huang Yunfei's mother couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai with a surprised expression. Then she chuckled and let this topic pass. Jiang Hai and Huang Yunfei used to be neighbors. Not only did the two live in the same community, but they also lived in the same building. Huang Yunfei was 1 year younger than Jiang Hai, but Huang Yunfei's mother and Jiang Hai's parents were high school classmates. Later, they started working in the same factory. However, Huang Yunfei's grandfather's family was somewhat capable. Jiang Hai's parents were just workers, while Huang Yunfei's mother worked in the government. Although she was just an ordinary worker, she was naturally well-treated because she worked in the office all day long. And this person, to put it bluntly, was somewhat snobbish. In the past, when Qi Li's father resigned and went to the capital to make a living, she didn't even let Huang Yunfei and Qi Li play together. Later, when Qi Li's family became powerful, she even went to visit them. She even wanted to let Huang Yunfei and Qi Li date. She was quite ambitious. If Qi Li couldn't, then Qi Li's 2 younger sisters could. But later on, there was no need to think about it. Qi Li's family naturally wouldn't agree, but she never gave up. Until 2 years ago, when Qi Li married Jiang Hai, she finally gave up. But it took her 2 years to accept her current daughter-in-law, and she was still somewhat dissatisfied. Jiang Hai was still very familiar with Huang Yunfei's mother, but he had a good relationship with Huang Yunfei, so he selectively ignored this problem. After finishing the gift box, Jiang Hai went to tie up the balloons. I'm sorry, you also know my mother. Recently, she has been going through menopause. Now she speaks without thinking. When tying up the balloons outside, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. I have known you for more than 20 years. How can I not know what your mother is like? I selectively ignored it. Looking at Huang Yunfei, Jiang Hai smiled casually. To be honest, he didn't care much about this at first. By the way, I just heard you say that your wife is coming tomorrow. Qi Li is back. At this time, Fu Yuan next to him also looked at Jiang Hai and asked with a look of surprise because he remembered that when Jiang Hai came back, he clearly didn't bring Qi Li. Well, Qi Li is also back tomorrow. It depends on the situation. Maybe Qi Li and I will go, or maybe there will be more people going. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai said with a little embarrassment. After getting along with each other yesterday, although the 3 women didn't get along well, at least in front of Jiang Hai, they were not so hostile. After eating steamed buns yesterday, Jiang Hai and the others strolled around Central Street again. In the evening, after Qi Li sent Jiang Hai and the others home, she went back to her and Jiang Hai's new house to live in. Last year, during the New Year, she actually lived there. It was really ironic that after she and Jiang Hai got married, she only lived there for 1 night, and after Jiang Hai left, she had lived there many times. As for Jiang Hai, he had a good night's sleep last night. This morning, after eating breakfast, he came over to help. As for the people who will go to the wedding tomorrow, Jiang Hai hasn't figured it out yet. According to his idea, if 4 people go together, well, it will be very awkward, but if he leaves others at home, he is somewhat embarrassed. Hey, men become bad when they are rich. They become bad. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but sigh. You have the nerve to say that? Do you think we don't know how messed up you are? Glancing at Huang Yunfei, Jiang Hai gave him a middle finger and then said with a look of contempt. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei shook his head proudly. It's my fault. I'm also a bad man. Haha. By the way, after helping tonight, don't leave. Let's go out and play. Huang Yunfei looked at the people around him and said with a mysterious face. Hearing his words, the men present raised their eyebrows. What? You want to have a bachelor's night? Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Su Wei asked strangely. Flying chess. Don't know why, when Jiang Hai heard bachelor's night, he always thought of flying chess. Flying chess? Tomorrow, I will be a married man. We can't stay up too late at night. Tomorrow morning, we will pick up the bride at 6 o'clock, and we will just take a simple bath at night. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei looked at Jiang Hai with contempt. Bath. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, needless to say, this kid is definitely not going to just take a bath. Although there are many decent bathhouses in Bing City, there are also many not-so-decent bathhouses. In fact, all Huaxia is the same. The average fast food refers to massage, pedicure, hair washing, etc. The better ones are some baths, and the better ones are some entertainment clubs. These are all tacit things that all Huaxia men know. But when he heard what he said, Jiang Hai's heart was a little resistant. Okay, don't talk nonsense. Bachelor's night? Stay chaste for your wife tonight. If you meet the police, tomorrow is your wedding day, and also your divorce day. Jiang Hai patted Huang Yunfei and said with a serious face. TSK, so boring. You are a man with a full stomach who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. You have Qi Li, and that girl, what's her name again? Oh, by the way, AI Xiaoxi, these two girls are the best. You have a good night, but you don't think about us. Hearing that Jiang Hai is not interested in going out to play, Huang Yunfei can't help but say with some jealousy. If his wife is as beautiful as Qi Li or AI Xiaoxi, he will also not be willing to go out. Don't be ridiculous. You're getting married tomorrow. Be honest. When we get to America, all right, I don't think you'll be able to have fun there. Fu Yuan and Su Wei are both single. You should just give up. Looking at Huang Yunfei's expression, Jiang Hai said with a smile. When Fu Yuan and Su Wei heard Jiang Hai say that there's a program in Winthrop, they can't help but raise their eyebrows. Compared to having fun here, they were more interested in Caucasian women and the like. While the group was talking and laughing here, they had already tied up the balloons. Then everyone drove to the venue and looked at the decorations there. There was also the wedding day, which was tomorrow's speech with the MC. After all this was done, the sky was dark. When it was time for dinner, Jiang Hai deliberately called Feng Yunxin and AI Xiaoxi. When Huang Yunfei and the others found out that Jiang Hai was not dragging 2 people, but 3 people, they despised Jiang Hai even more. Especially Feng Yunxin, Xiang Hua, and Fu Yuan knew her. After all, they were all classmates. This is a super beauty. Now that she is with Jiang Hai, it has caused a lot of harm to these married and unmarried people. Feng Yunxin and AI Xiaoxi also met Jiang Hai's brothers in advance. After dinner, Jiang Hai and the others left first. As for whether Huang Yunfei had a bachelor's night, Jiang Hai probably didn't. Because halfway through the meal, his father came and said that he came to thank Jiang Hai and the others. He can't go to a bachelor's night with his father, right? Wouldn't his mother and his wife tear them apart? But in any case, this busy day was over. After Jiang Hai, Feng Yunxin, and AI Xiaoxi returned home, they washed up and went to bed. After all, early in the morning, he still has to help. But before going to bed, he has to figure out who will be going tomorrow. You and Chile go. We don't have a legitimate reason to go. Besides, we have seen your brothers. It doesn't matter if you go tomorrow or not. Just when Jiang Hai said this, Feng Yunxin had already said directly. AI Xiaoxi, who was originally interested in this wedding, also closed her mouth at this time. She knew that Feng Yunxin would not harm her. Chapter 593. Just as Jiang Hai fell asleep, on the big bed in the new room, where Jiang Hai and Qi Li were supposed to be lying together, Qi Li was staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep. She didn't know what was wrong with her. To be honest, Her feelings for Jiang Hai were somewhat indescribable. In the beginning, Qili didn't like Jiang Hai. Needless to say, it was clear. However, after a year of settling down, other than using Jiang Hai as a shield, she felt more confused and slightly indebted to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted Jiang Hai to go to the imperial capital to take charge of some things to prove himself after hearing what others said. Unfortunately, at that time, she found out that Jiang Hai had already gone to the United States. Moreover, Jiang Hai's combination of punches made her a little confused. She didn't know when the slightly shy Jiang Hai in her memory had become a man. Then, Feng Yinxin and her snatched Jiang Hai. At that time, she hadn't fallen in love with Jiang Hai yet. She even felt a little disgusted. The reason why she wanted to snatch Jiang Hai back was just like a little girl's toy being snatched away by someone else. This toy was hers. She didn't have to play with it, but others couldn't touch it. Jiang Hai was her toy at that time. But then, the sky-high price of beef, the perfect seafood. When these mysterious things attracted her to the United States, that night, when Jiang Hai saved her, Jiang Hai's figure was officially imprinted in her heart. Although it was very cliché to say that a hero saving a damsel in distress, the more cliché and melodramatic it was, the more popular it was. Qili was a strong existence. When her strength was useless, she was saved by Jiang Hai. Then, her strength turned into love faster and faster. Later, she found a different side of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai's beef allowed her Qi group to gain a foothold in the imperial capital in an instant and enter the food and beverage industry that she had always wanted to enter. Later, Jiang Hai came back decisively and killed the family. He also had connections with the higher-ups in the country. He made the higher-ups in the country give in and no longer let Qi Li's 4 restaurants pay taxes. He also had connections with the royal family in the Middle East. Women, especially a strong woman like Qi Li, worshipped the strong. Jiang Hai became stronger little by little in a year in front of her. From a man who needed a chance to prove himself with her charity, he became a strong existence now. An existence so powerful that she had to look up to him had appeared in front of her, just like that. And the original curiosity and possessiveness gradually turned into liking, admiration, and love. It was as simple as that. The night before yesterday, Qili was really stimulated and took the initiative to want to do something with Jiang Hai. But Jiang Hai's performance made her happy, but also made her hesitate. She was happy because Jiang Hai still had her in his heart, and Jiang Hai could see that she liked him very much and still had feelings for him. These were very important, and she hesitated because of what Jiang Hai said to her. If it was a year ago, she would be Jiang Hai's only one. But now, she gave up on him, and he was no longer her only one. If she wanted Jiang Hai to come back, she might have to accept more than just Jiang Hai alone. This was also one of the most annoying things for her. What should I do? Looking at the ceiling, Qili thought with some hesitation. Accept others just like that? Qili was unwilling. Give up on Jiang Hai just like that? Her heart would hurt, and she would be even more unwilling. Or should she continue like this? But she was not young anymore. She also had to consider these things. This was a crossroads. Whether it was left, right, or forward, she was at a loss. What to do? This was a problem. Qili didn't know when she fell asleep. When the phone rang, she was still in a half-awake state. When she saw the number on the phone, she couldn't help but wake up a little. Hello? Jiang Hai. Looking at the name on the phone, Qili answered the phone and said to Jiang Hai on the other side of the phone, Hello, I'm downstairs. Pack up and leave. I'll pick you up at 5 o'clock. Hearing the voice of Jiang Hai on the other side of the phone, Qili forced herself to wake up. After saying, oh, she got out of bed. A strong woman like her had strong control over her body. If she wanted to wake herself up, she would wake up. If she wanted to make herself excited, she would be excited. After getting up, she took a few deep breaths. She went to the bathroom first. She washed her face, brushed her teeth, and then did her hair. Other women would need 2 hours to get out of the house, but she only needed less than 20 minutes to get out of the house. She had already prepared the clothes she was going to wear today. After putting on the clothes and high heels, she took a small bag and went downstairs. When she took the elevator downstairs, she just saw Jiang Hai yawning in the cold. The hood of his clothes had already been buckled on his head, and his hands were tucked into his sleeves. He was yawning and looking around. When she saw Chi Li coming downstairs, she couldn't help but brighten up. Today, Chi Li finally changed out of her office lady clothes. But the clothes she was wearing now were still full of aura. She wore a set of clothes inside. The top was a slightly tight beige shirt with a wide belt made of black cloth. The bottom was also beige trousers, which showed that her legs were particularly long, coupled with a pair of beige high heels and a white, shawl-like woman's suit. With her makeup today and her hair in a bun, wearing a necklace, earrings, and a pair of sunglasses, she looked so strong that Jiang Hai didn't dare to go up and talk to her. The domineering aura of the president shocked Jiang Hai for a moment, and he forgot that he was a little cold. You came down, looking at Chi Li in front of him. Jiang Hai hesitated and felt that he should say something first. Is it just you? The two of them aren't going? Looking around and finding that only Jiang Hai was there, Chi Li asked strangely. Oh, it's just me, they aren't going. Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai naturally knew who she was asking and immediately replied. Hey, they're quite good. If it's just the two of us, then we won't drive this car. Let's drive this. I just bought this a few days ago. Hearing that Feng Yinxin and AI Xiaoxi weren't going, Chi Li couldn't help but smile, and then led Jiang Hai to the underground parking lot. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai saw a fiery red sports car parked there from far away. Wow, there are people who buy such a sports car in this community. After all, he has lived here for a year, Jiang Hai asked strangely. He now has some understanding of cars. This car is a Ferrari 488. Although the number is not very auspicious, it is also a good thing in the domestic sport car industry. The cheapest car, the fruit car, is worth $38 million, not to mention that this car doesn't look cheap. If it is expensive, it is nearly $4 million, plus the purchase tax and so on. It is almost $4,300,000 or $400,000. This is mine, Yi Zichen said. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li couldn't help but smile. She picked up the key, unlocked the car, and walked over. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little confused. She bought a car, but why'd she buy a car and put it here? I have to thank you for this car. I bought it with the tax I saved. The reason why this car is parked here is that I'm going to give this car to Xiao Yi. Maybe she felt Jiang Hai's confusion. Chi Li sat down and said after getting in the car. Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai also shrugged. Anyway, it is her money. She can do whatever she wants. Besides, Jiang Hai also knows that in the eyes of Chi Li and Chi Li's mother, Zheng Xiao is like their sister and daughter. Not to mention that Jiang Hai doesn't care about the money. Even if he does, he can't stop Chi Li from giving it to her. But before sending it, let's be the first batch of passengers. Looking at Jiang Hai, who got into the car and fastened his seatbelt, Chi Li said with a smile. Then she stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the underground parking lot. After leaving the community, the sports car was like a ball of fire on the road when the sun just rose, moving forward quickly. At about 5:30, Jiang Hai and the others had already arrived at Huang Yunfei's new home. Well, in addition to the house he bought over the years, he bought another house for this wedding. Don't talk about how much the doctors and nurses earn. After all, this was what Jiang Hai saw with his own eyes. At this time, there were many cars parked downstairs of his new house. The owners of these cars were basically his parents' friends, relatives, colleagues, and so on. Although they made a lot of money, the cars they drove were not very good. Basically, cars that cost more than 200,000 yuan or 300,000 yuan were the most expensive. Most of them only cost about 200,000 yuan, because a lot of the money they made was not exposed to the public. Although they didn't lack money to drive cars that cost millions, if they drove cars that cost millions, it was inevitable that they would be reported and investigated. At that time, it would be troublesome. Therefore, when Jiang Hai's car arrived, many people looked at Jiang Hai's car and began to whisper to each other. When the car was parked, Jiang Hai and Chi Li got out of the car. They were particularly eye-catching. Chi Li was originally beautiful. Coupled with her aura and the red sports car that added a few hundred points, she instantly attracted a lot of attention. And there was only comparison when there was a comparison. Jiang Hai next to her was dressed in sportswear, which made her feel like a goddess. This made several people who were leaning against the car and chatting subconsciously tidy up their clothes and show their watches, hoping to attract the attention of the goddess. Unfortunately, at this time, Qili only had Jiang Hai in her eyes. After getting out of the car, she naturally held Jiang Hai's arm, which really shocked the people on the ground. Jiang Hai didn't care about these people. He took Qili upstairs. Upstairs, Fu Yuan and the others had already arrived in advance. They were there to pack up the candy box and prepare to go downstairs. When they saw Qili, they couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. Chapter 594. They already knew that Qili was pretty. After all, they had seen Qili at Jiang Hai's wedding. But except for that one time, they didn't seem to have seen Qili again. After all, Qili wasn't interested in Jiang Hai at first, so she didn't even look at Jiang Hai's friends. Now that they saw Qili come out, it was as if all the light was concentrated on Qili's body. Not only were the men unable to move their eyes away, the women were also the same. Hey, congratulations. Looking at everyone's appearance, Jiang Hai has to admit that he has gained a lot of face. He smiled at Huang Yunfei and gave him a red packet. There were 500 renminbi in the red packet. Don't look at the small amount of money. Jiang Hai could afford to pay more. He could afford to pay 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. However, there was no need for that. Firstly, Huang Yunfei's family was not short of money. Secondly, Bing City's custom was to return the same amount of money you gave this time. When Jiang Hai got married, Huang Yunfei gave him 500 renminbi. So, Jiang Hai also gave him 500 renminbi. Even if Jiang Hai gave him 10,000 renminbi this time, he still had to return the 10,000 renminbi the next time Jiang Hai got into trouble. There was no need for him to do so. Also, Jiang Hai wanted to see how much Fu Yuan and the rest had given him. After all, they were all buddies. Jiang Hai did not need to do this. This was just a small gift. Thank you, but I say, Sai, forget it. After taking the money from Jiang Hai, Huang Yunfei glanced at Qili and swallowed his words. He really wanted to say that he did not want Qili to go. It was because she was too eye-catching. His wife was just an ordinary person. Even if she was wearing a wedding dress today, she would probably be outclassed by Qili by a few hundred levels. When Qili stood there, not many people would look at them. But he could not say this. Was Qili an ordinary person? She was President Xi, and her family was worth tens of billions. He had come here to give him face, yet he still dared to grumble. Did he still have any shame? Besides, he also felt that Qili was very pleasing to the eye. It was just that all of a sudden, he was not as excited to get married as before. Damn, there's a red Ferrari downstairs. It's so cool. Is it your friend's? At this moment, Xianghua also ran up from downstairs. Just now, he and Su Wei went to press red paper for the community's manhole cover and just came back. As soon as he went upstairs, he began to talk. To be honest, there were few men who disliked cars. This car was indeed very beautiful. That's mine. Why? Is it in the way? Hearing Xianghua's words, Qili also saw Xianghua. She knew that this was Jiang Hai's smile, so she deliberately showed a smile and said politely to Xianghua. As a result, when Xianghua heard the voice, he looked up and was stunned. In fact, it was not only him who was stunned. Su Wei, who came up later, Huang Yunfei, and Fu Yuan, who were in the room, were also stunned. Cough, sister-in-law. Try not to smile at the wedding later. Xianghua, who had a wife, was the first to react. He smiled awkwardly, and then said to Qili. When Qili heard his words, she stared at Jiang Hai and blinked, indicating that she did not quite understand. Looking at her, Jiang Hai also smiled. Sai, I really wonder if you're here to cause trouble. You'd better hurry up and give out the candies. By the way, take your beautiful wife away. Otherwise, my mother will feel uncomfortable again. By the way, since you're driving a Ferrari here, you could be my driver later. Looking at Qili's cute appearance, Huang Yunfei felt that his original excitement calmed down again. But suddenly, he had an idea. Qili's car could be his driver. For this wedding, Huang Yunfei's wedding car was a Bentley. Originally, he was going to use this as the driver. But now that he had a sports car, it was best to use it as a driver. It would be much more beautiful in the video. Okay, no problem. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Qili also smiled and said to Huang Yunfei. Her smile stunned the people in the room again. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai shrugged helplessly. He had to admit that Qili really gave him face. Of course, there were many people around Jiang Hai who could give him face like this, but Qili was the most dignified. Carrying a plastic bag of candy, Jiang Hai and Fu Yuan went downstairs again. After letting Qili go back to the car and wait, Jiang Hai and the others went to give out the candy. But after a few steps, when they were sure that Qili had gotten into the car and waited, Fu Yuan couldn't help but pat Jiang Hai's shoulder. I say, when did sister-in-law become so beautiful? Among these brothers, Jiang Hai's age was the second youngest, only older than Huang Yunfei, so it was not bad for them to call Qili sister-in-law. It has always been like this. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai said very clearly, Qili really hasn't changed much. Damn, I didn't know that sister-in-law was so beautiful. God, you have such a wife, and you still go out to flirt? Pointing at Jiang Hai, Su Wei was also a little stunned. He couldn't imagine that Jiang Hai was so fierce. Sweat, it's not like you don't know the things between us. You make it sound like I'm wrong. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai wiped his sweat. These guys forget their friends when they see a woman. This is my wife. If this is a beauty that they don't know, they will go crazy. Looking at their eyes that were about to burst into flames, Jiang Hai looked at them contemptuously and said, with such a beautiful wife, what does it matter if it's right or wrong? Unless she goes out to find a man, otherwise, as long as she doesn't leave me, I can put up a board to worship her at home. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xiang Hua said with some disappointment, his wife is so beautiful. Does it matter who is right and who is wrong? You say this as if Feng Yunshen and AI Xiaoxi are not beautiful. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai curled his mouth and said with disdain. When they heard what Jiang Hai said, they were stunned again. Indeed, when they saw AI Xiaoxi the day before yesterday, they were stunned. When they saw Feng Yunshen yesterday, they were also stunned. These three are rare beauties, but now they are all taken by Jiang Hai, this pig. AI, it's intolerable. There are some things that can't be envied. Let's go. Looking at the brothers around him, Fu Yuan sighed helplessly and continued to give out candies and cigarettes. Not long after all the candies and cigarettes were given out, it was almost 8 o'clock. Anyway, it was an auspicious time. Jiang Hai didn't look at the specific time. The team lined up and started to set off. The first car was naturally Qi Li's Ferrari 488. Jiang Hai sat in the front passenger seat. They followed the video car all the way to the front. After about half an hour, they arrived at the woman's home. This time, Jiang Hai didn't bring Qili up because if something really happened, it would be troublesome. So they just went up, knocked on the door, gave out red packets, looked for shoes, and so on. After everything was done, they put on the new shoes for the bride, went downstairs, took some photos, and recorded some videos. After that, they got into the wedding car and went to the place of the ceremony. When they arrived at the scene, most of the things were already done. The only thing left was the ceremony. Jiang Hai and the others didn't need to do anything. Huang Yunfei's two cousins had already prepared the fake wine. At the wedding, the bride and groom had to toast each other, and this wine was not real wine 90% of the time. Of course, it didn't rule out that some people had a high alcohol tolerance, so when they drank, they used real wine. Huang Yunfei had a good alcohol tolerance, but he wasn't going to use real wine. The wine was a bottle of white wine. After the white wine was poured out, the bottle would be stained with the smell of white wine. Then, mineral water was poured in. There was a trace of alcohol smell, but it didn't have any alcohol content. Jiang Hai also had an important task, which was to sit next to Qi Li. If someone saw that Qi Li was too beautiful and had bad intentions, it would be troublesome. So, it was better to let her husband, Jiang Hai, sit there and watch. Moreover, Qi Li didn't know anyone here, so it was still very awkward to sit there. Sure enough, with Jiang Hai sitting here, although there were a lot of men looking over, none of them dared to come over. The two also chatted casually. The atmosphere was good, but Jiang Hai could see that Qi Li was a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Looking at Qi Li, Jiang Hai asked strangely. This was not like the Qi Li he knew. It's nothing. Jiang Hai, drink with me later. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li shook her head, then looked up at Jiang Hai and said with a serious face. She said that she wanted a drink, so Jiang Hai naturally wouldn't disagree. If she wanted a drink, then drink. With the end of the wedding ceremony, the chopsticks were officially handed out. Jiang Hai just picked up the chopsticks and prepared to eat something. After all, he really didn't eat anything since the morning. But before the chopsticks could pick up anything, Qi Li had already handed over a glass of wine that had been filled to the brim. Looking at Qi Li's serious eyes, Jiang Hai took the wine. Come on, drink. Seeing Jiang Hai take the wine, Qi Li didn't say anything. She directly raised her head and drank the glass of wine. Seeing her like this, Jiang Hai was shocked. It should be known that it was white wine, not water. Although the wine used by Huang Yunfei for the banquet was not very good wine, it was still 38%. This glass was 2.5 ounces. Jiang Hai felt uncomfortable just looking at it, but Qi Li drank the wine directly and then placed the glass in front of Jiang Hai. Okay. Looking at her, Jiang Hai sighed helplessly and then drank his glass. To be honest, Jiang Hai was afraid of drinking now. After all, he had 4 times the physical fitness of the human limit. In addition, he used to drink wine every day in the manor. This wine was nothing to him, but for Qi Li, it was... Chapter 595. After drinking a glass of wine, Qi Li's face suddenly turned pale instead of red. After all, Qi Li's starting point was quite high. When she started working, she was already the general manager and chairman. The deals she went to discuss were basically all from the imperial capital or even from the upper echelons. She couldn't touch those nouveau riche and careless fellows. Even if she did, the other party wouldn't dare to use a chicken feather as an arrow. Therefore, when she first started to take power, basically, it was fine as long as she was present. As long as she was present, no one would deliberately force her to drink. It was normal for a glass of red wine to accompany her until the end of the meeting, so her alcohol tolerance was really not very good. Most importantly, this was not red wine, but white wine. After drinking this glass, not to mention her, even a man may not be able to withstand it. After all, she drank in such a hurry. Come on, let's drink again. Seeing that Jiang Hai also drank up the wine, Qi Li couldn't help but pour another glass into her glass. Then she wanted to pour another glass for Jiang Hai. Looking at her, Jiang Hai frowned and pulled up the bottle. Don't stop me. I really want to drink today. Looking at Jiang Hai, Qi Li said with a serious face. Looking at her eyes, Jiang Hai's hand gradually loosened. Then he sighed and put the food he picked with his chopsticks on Qi Li's plate. If you want to drink, eat first. Looking at Qi Li, Jiang Hai said seriously. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also smiled. She didn't reject Jiang Hai's kindness. She lowered her head and ate up the food. As soon as she finished eating, Jiang Hai put another plate on her plate. So in this way, Jiang Hai put more food on her plate, and she ate there. Unknowingly, she also ate some food. After eating about 3 plates, she put down her chopsticks, picked up the wine glass directly, and looked at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai also knew that she couldn't eat much. 3 plates of food was almost enough, and the food here didn't taste good. Now seeing that she stopped eating and looked up at Jiang Hai also sighed. After eating the food on her plate, he also picked up the wine glass. If she wanted a drink, let her drink. Anyway, Jiang Hai was here, nothing would happen. When the two's wine glasses touched, Qi Li drank up the glass in an instant. Perhaps because there was some food in her stomach, Qi Li's face was still a little pale, but it was already a little red. Come, let's drink again. Seeing that Jiang Hai also drank up the wine, Qi Li picked up another bottle and filled it for Jiang Hai and herself. Then, without waiting for Jiang Hai to say anything, she directly raised her head and drank up the wine. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai was speechless. She was going to make herself more today. Drinking 3 glasses directly was 7.5, which was enough to settle her. Jiang Hai was not afraid that she would drink too much, but it would be troublesome if she drank and hurt herself. Just as Jiang Hai hesitated to drink up the third glass, Chi Li had already poured the fourth glass. Hey, don't drink in such a hurry. The bride and groom are here to propose a toast. Seeing that she was about to drink again, Jiang Hai could not help but put his hand on the glass and said to Chi Li. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li also looked at the two newlyweds who were walking over. We didn't propose a toast at that time. Looking at the two people walking over, Chi Li's tongue was a little stiff. Looking at the two people in front of her, Chi Li whispered. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also sighed. Indeed, I didn't propose a toast. At that time, you were in a bad mood. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai found an excuse for her. Yeah, I was in a bad mood at that time. I was thinking about my dad, but now I'm still in a bad mood because I'm thinking about another man, a bastard named Jiang Hai. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai could not help but be speechless. How was he supposed to answer this? The newlyweds are here. Come, let me propose a toast to you. I wish you a happy life and a happy marriage. At this moment, Huang Yunfei and his wife also walked over, holding 2 glasses of water and looking at everyone with a smile. At this moment, Chi Li took the initiative to walk over and said to the newlyweds. Looking at Chi Li's appearance, Huang Yunfei could not help but be a little confused. What's going on? And before he could say anything, she directly drank a glass of wine. Seeing this scene, the people who were eating at the table were also a little confused, and Huang Yunfei was also a little embarrassed. What is this little episode? Cough, it's my first time drinking. Maybe I drank too much. Let's drink. By the way, you're going to take photos in a while. I'll lend you my car first. I'll park it in your garage tonight. I'll come to you tomorrow. Looking at Chi Li's current situation, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He walked a few steps to Chi Li's side and hugged her in his arms, then apologized to Huang Yunfei. After drinking his wine, he took the car key out of Chi Li's bag. Now neither of them can drive. After all, they both drank. Even if Jiang Hai is fine, they can't drive. You know, drunk driving in Huaxia is punishable by jail. Unlike in the United States, drinking and driving is at most community service. Jiang Hai doesn't want to experience the taste of the Northeast prison, so he directly threw the car key to Huang Yunfei. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei's eyes lit up. If he can use Jiang Hai's car for the video later, it will be great. That's fine. You take care of sister-in-law first. If you feel uncomfortable, you can send sister-in-law back first. We will play cards in the afternoon. If you have time, come over and thank you in the evening. I will call you then. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei also said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also waved his hand and then nodded apologetically to the people around him. He then walked out of the restaurant with Chi Li, who was already a little unstable and drunk. However, although Chi Li was a little drunk, after all, she drank half a liter. However, her consciousness was still very clear. She knew that the person who was caressing her was Jiang Hai, her husband. Therefore, her body took the initiative to lean against Jiang Hai's side, allowing Jiang Hai to caress her better. In this way, the two people took advantage of the chaos to leave first. After arriving downstairs, Jiang Hai took a taxi. The two sat in the back row, so that it was convenient for Jiang Hai to take care of her. Where are you two going? Seeing Jiang Hai and Chi Li get in the car, the taxi driver here couldn't help but look at Chi Li twice. Such a beautiful passenger. He didn't meet many times, and what's the situation now? Drunk too much? Is Jiang Hai a corpse picker? Go to XX Road, XX. After getting in the car, Jiang Hai subconsciously reported the location of his home. But just after he finished speaking, Chi Li had already waved her hand and sat up, patting the driver's seat in front of her. No, go to XX Road, XX Community. I don't want to go to your home. That is your home, not my home. I want to go to our home, our new house. Looking at Jiang Hai, Chi Li said with a serious face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also sighed. Then go to XX Road, XX Community. Looking at the appearance of Jiang Hai and Chi Li, this made the taxi driver a little confused. Two people's new house? If it's not that this woman is too unscrupulous, then these two may really be a couple or boyfriend and girlfriend. Although he was cursing in his heart, a flower inserted in cow dung, he still drove the car and drove to Jiang Hai's home. Sitting in the back of the taxi, Jiang Hai looked at Qi Li, who was already a little drunk, and Jiang Hai really didn't know what to say. The taxi was still quite fast. After arriving at the place, Jiang Hai paid the money and walked into the community with Qi Li. At first, the security guards of the community looked at Jiang Hai's movements and were shocked, but after seeing Jiang Hai and Qi Li, they were quiet because Jiang Hai and Qi Li were residents of this community, especially Jiang Hai. After all, a year ago, he lived here for a year, and Qi Li often came back recently, but this was the first time that the two appeared at the same time. However, since it was determined that they were the owners of the house, and they were a couple, these security guards couldn't interfere. After carrying Qi Li back to their former home, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel emotional after opening the door. He lived here to wait for Qi Li, but now Qi Li lived here. Was she waiting for him? Jiang Hai really didn't know. After changing his shoes, the slippers were still in the original position. Jiang Hai carried Qi Li into the master bedroom, put her on the bed, and helped her take off her shoes and coat. As for the clothes inside, Jiang Hai didn't touch them. Looking at the drunk Qi Li, Jiang Hai squatted next to her and looked at her. Maybe she felt Jiang Hai's gaze. Although she had a headache, Qi Li still opened her eyes, and the two looked at each other. You can't drink. Why do you drink so much? Do you feel uncomfortable? If you feel uncomfortable, just vomit. I'll get you a basin. Looking at Qi Li, who was looking at him, Jiang Hai sighed and wanted to stand up and go to the bathroom to get a basin. But before he stood up completely, his hand was pulled by Qi Li. Although I drink a lot of wine and my body is weak, my consciousness is still there. I am not drunk. Looking at Jiang Hai, Qi Li said with a serious face. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai looked at her clear eyes. Sure enough, she has strong control over her body, especially in the spiritual aspect. Now she can't stand up, but her consciousness is still clear. Then what do you want to do? You tell me. I'll help you. Looking at Qi Li, who was looking at him, Jiang Hai bent down and asked her, I want you to F***ck me. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li said seriously, What? But when he heard what she said, Jiang Hai was a bit confused. This guy shouldn't be drunk, right? Don't you understand? I want you to F***ck me. I'm not sure if I can accept you and other people at the same time, but I can't just let you go like this. I want to compete with AI Xiaoxi and the others. First of all, I have to be able to do what they can do. I'm not trying to prove how great I am. I just want to prove that I can get back what I lost. Looking at Jiang Hai, Qi Li didn't know where the strength came from, but she directly pulled Jiang Hai to the bed. Chapter 596. Hey, Jiang Hai, where are you? Come over for dinner. Picking up the phone, Jiang Hai listened to Huang Yunfei's voice on the other side. He couldn't help but rub his head with a headache and then looked at Qi Li, who was blinking her big eyes in front of him, looking at him. But at this time, Jiang Hai and Qi Li were no longer in a pure relationship. At this time, the two of them were naked. There were some bright red bloodstains on the sheets. There was no need to say what happened just now. I can't go. I still have something to do here. Qi Li is very drunk and can't leave. Let's talk about it when we have time. Hearing Huang Yunfei's voice on the phone, Jiang Hai sighed and said to the other side of the phone. Hearing that Jiang Hai couldn't leave, Huang Yunfei didn't say anything. After all, they still have a long time to meet. Huang Yunfei and the others are going to the United States with Jiang Hai to play, so they don't care about this meal. After everything was done, Jiang Hai also hung up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, Qi Li instantly came up, her hand around Jiang Hai's neck. Her mouth was about to touch Jiang Hai's mouth, and her body was completely attached to Jiang Hai's body. Don't make trouble. Your mouth reeks of alcohol. Jiang Hai put the phone aside and then said to Qi Li, you want me to brush my teeth before you kiss me? Didn't you kiss me happily just now? Then, why don't you kiss me here? Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Qi Li curled her lips and then deliberately moved up a bit, revealing her brutality, and smiled at Jiang Hai. Haven't you had enough just now? You're still messing around. Looking at Chi Li, Jiang Hai also put his hand on Brutal and gently pinched it, making Chi Li cry out. Then, she glared at Jiang Hai and slid her hand down his neck. Feeling Chi Li's movement, Jiang Hai patted her butt and said to her, "Yes, it's not enough. It's not enough for a lifetime. I didn't know that it was such a comfortable thing before. No wonder Feng Yunxin and AI Xiaoxi, those two little sluts, took the initiative to touch you as soon as they saw you. I heard that it's very painful when women do it, but other than the initial pain, I don't feel anything now." Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li combed her hair behind her head, leaned on Jiang Hai's chest, and said softly while using her hand. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. If it weren't for his spiritual energy, would she not feel pain? It should be known that Chi Li had been suppressing her feelings for a long time just now. She was very crazy. Under such a crazy situation, every movement she made would be very painful. How could it be like now, where nothing happened? Let's do it again. Looking at Jiang Hai, Chi Li leaned on Jiang Hai's ear and whispered. Then, without waiting for Jiang Hai's answer, she unconsciously increased the strength of her hands. Soon, Jiang Hai was ready, and the battle began again. At the end of the battle, the sky had completely darkened. As for Chi Li, she looked like she was dehydrated. She was sweating all over as she lay on the bed. Her hair was stuck to her face and everywhere. Even Jiang Hai couldn't help but gasp for breath. At this time, Jiang Hai's WeChat also rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from AI Xiaoxi, asking if he would come back for dinner. Looking at the time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Those two girls couldn't have been waiting for him until now, right? Let's go. I'll take you to take a shower, and then we'll go out for dinner. Since Chi Li had made up her mind to have such a relationship with him, Jiang Hai's originally tangled problem also relaxed a little. Patting Chi Li's leg, Jiang Hai said to her, "And your two little lovers, forget it. I won't go. Let me have a good rest. I'm not hungry." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li looked at him with contempt, then raised her head and said helplessly. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be angry. Without saying a word, he directly carried her out of the room and went to the bathroom next door. He turned on the water, and the two played while washing. Of course, maybe because they had been here many times just now, neither Jiang Hai nor Chi Li said anything this time. After playing for a while, the two wiped themselves clean and walked out. This time, the smell of alcohol on the two disappeared. When Chi Li went to put on makeup, pack things, and put on clothes, Jiang Hai also went to the room and changed the bed sheets. At the same time, he opened the window to change the air. Now the air in the room, as long as an adult came in, he would know what had just happened here. Originally, when he was impulsive, this smell was very stimulating, but now in the case of Sage Mode, it was a bit unpleasant. He connected the automatic washing machine and threw in Chi Li's clothes and bed sheets. Jiang Hai didn't care what material Chi Li's clothes were made of and directly began to stir. After all this was done, Chi Li also changed into a new set of clothes. Compared with the valiant look she wore during the day, this set of clothes was more like a cute little bird. Wearing it, she looked very cute. After watching Chi Li change her clothes, Jiang Hai and Chi Li also walked out of the door. But as soon as they walked out, Chi Li instantly took Jiang Hai's arm and leaned on Jiang Hai's side. Now, she was really attached to Jiang Hai. This was also the most passionate state of love. The two went downstairs. After an afternoon of exercise, Chi Li might not be able to do it, but Jiang Hai had already sweated out the alcohol in his body. Now there was no alcohol in his body, so he could drive. Even if he was stopped, it wouldn't be detected. After getting in the infinity, Jiang Hai took Chi Li and drove in the direction of his home. When they were about to arrive, he called AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yunxin. After the two went downstairs, they got in the car. But as soon as they entered the car, they felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. In the past, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi would communicate with each other in the car, but the communication was mainly through words. But this time, after they got into the car, they found that Chi Li was touching Jiang Hai. Seeing this scene, the two women couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell is this? What are we going to eat? Seeing someone come in, Qili was not very happy, but she still turned her head and asked AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yinshan behind her. Hearing her words, the two women felt even more strange. In the past, Qili was just like a strong woman. Her words and actions were swift and decisive. She was not like the current Qili. Not only was her body soft, but her voice was also a little delicate. This was not the Qili they knew. Director Qi, are you sick? Looking at Qili, Feng Yinshan asked strangely. What illness? Hurry up. What are we going to eat? Hearing Feng Yinshan's words, Qili couldn't help but roll her eyes at her, and then continued to ask. Hearing that Qili seemed to be a little better, Feng Yinshan was temporarily relieved. Whatever you want to eat, Jiang Hai can order it. Glancing at Jiang Hai, Feng Yinshan said. To be honest, she didn't know what to eat. Then let's go eat casserole. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai suggested to the three women beside him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the three women first thought for a while, and then nodded. Speaking of which, they haven't eaten this for a while. The so-called casserole, full name is casserole pancake, maybe a specialty of the North. Because Jiang Hai didn't go to many places in China, he didn't know much about it, but it is very likely to be in the Northeast. The way to eat it is to put soup in a casserole, just like a normal soup pot. Of course, the soup pot in Bing City also needs to add seasonings, which is different from the soups in the South. In the South, people will drink the original taste of the soup. At most, they will add some salt because they feel that too much seasonings will destroy the original taste of the ingredients. But in the North, they will add a lot of seasonings to make the soup taste what they like. This is the difference between the North and the South. Bing City's casserole also has seasonings. There are all kinds of casseroles: mutton vermicelli, spinach, beef, tofu balls, braised meatballs, steamed meatballs, etc. This soup pot is complete with soup and vegetables. The staple food is rice or pancakes, but basically, pancakes are the main food here. The pancakes are crispy, especially when they're just made. The outside is very crispy, but the inside is very soft. It's really delicious when you bite into it. If you feel that the taste is bland, you can also soak the pancakes in the soup so that the taste of the soup is immersed in the pancakes. When you eat the pancakes will soften, and there is also the taste of the soup. It's delicious. Also, there is a special pot of meat, which is actually braised pork, but it is stewed until it's soft. The taste is quite good. When Jiang Hai and the rest were young, they had eaten this dish. AI Xiaoxi is not sure, but Qili and Feng Yinshan had eaten it before. But when they grew up, they had fewer chances to eat this dish. After all, things like casseroles were very expensive for a student when they were in school. It was far less suitable to eat boxed lunches and noodles. After working, they earned more money, but they didn't care about this small amount of money. They wouldn't come over to eat casseroles. That's why unless people like to eat casserole dishes, not many people will come to eat casserole dishes. Jiang Hai only remembered casserole dishes today. Since he remembered, the four of them used their phones to find a restaurant and went to eat casserole dishes. After eating casserole pancakes, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief because they were finally full. However, after the meal, the next problem was a little depressing. That was the problem of where to live. Originally, there was nothing much to say. Jiang Hai was definitely going to go back with Feng Yinshan and AI Xiaoxi. But now the problem was that he and Qili had just had some things happen in the afternoon. If he just left like this, wouldn't it be a bit bad? But to let Qili live in his house, even if Jiang Hai used his toes to think, he knew that this was simply impossible. Chapter 597. Just as Jiang Hai thought, Qili did not intend to be open at night. On the first day, with Jiang Hai, she stayed with his mistress and slept together. The plot in YY novels was not so easy to appear in the real world. Although in Jiang Hai's opinion, his current life was enough. In the end, after Jiang Hai sent Feng Yinshan and AI Xiaoxi home, he still stayed at Qili's place at night. Of course, after eating and regaining her strength, Qili was still quite interested in the things she had not done in her 27 years. Jiang Hai was really afraid that she would get addicted. However, Jiang Hai did not refuse. He was busy all night, and only slept after midnight. The next day at noon, Qili went back to her mother's place. Jiang Hai went back home, but before he could rest at home, the battle started again. One must know that Feng Yunshan returned to Bing City specifically for Jiang Hai. Since Jiang Hai came back, she had not returned home. In the end, Jiang Hai was always at Qili's place. She was unhappy, so when she came back, naturally, there was another big battle. After dinner, Jiang Hai's legs were a little weak. He went to Huang Yunfei's place to retrieve the Ferrari 488 that was lent to him for the photo shoot yesterday. Jiang Hai returned to Qi Li's neighborhood. After returning, he naturally could not rest. Other national holidays were time to go out and play or rest at home, but Jiang Hai's national holidays were very busy. During the day, he had to appease Feng Yunshan and AI Xiaoxi. At night, he had to stay with Qi Li, and the three women seemed to be in competition. They would not give up until they had squeezed Jiang Hai dry. Jiang Hai felt that if he was an ordinary person, he would be finished soon. It might not be long before he was finished. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. Sometimes, during the day or the first half of the night, he could use this as an excuse to have dinner and drink with his buddies. Otherwise, his body would be at a disadvantage. After all, this was Ice City, and he could not absorb any spiritual energy here. Ever since Jiang Hai joined the United States, he had only gained one scale, and it was grown in AI Xiaoxi's hometown in Lu Province. Other than that, nothing else had grown. He had to admit that the environmental problems in the country, especially in the cities, were really troublesome. Although Bingqing's environment was not particularly good, it was not particularly bad either. At least when there was no central heating, the weather outside was still good. At least one could still see the blue sky and white clouds. However, the hearse was still motionless. Unknowingly, the National Day holiday was over. In the blink of an eye, it was October 7th. Tomorrow was the start of work. Jiang Hai and the rest were also ready to leave. However, when they came over, they came separately. When they left, many of them left at once. Jiang Hai, Qi Li, Feng Yunshan, AI Xiaoxi, Huang Yunfei and his wife, Su Wei, and Fu Yuan, who were going to play with Jiang Hai. There were 8 people in total. Su Wei specially went to find a man who drove a large van and drove them to the airport. With Jiang Hai's help, Huang Yunfei and the rest bought tickets from Ice City to Beijing and from Beijing to the United States. Although they were economy class tickets, they were all business class tickets. Although these tickets were bought by themselves, how much did Jiang Hai spend in the past year? There was no way to forget about it. Therefore, the points from American Express were also quite high. They could spend some points to upgrade their cabin. Jiang Hai didn't need these points, so it would be better to just leave them there and do some small things. The group took the plane to Beijing. After resting for a night in Beijing, Jiang Hai, Huang Yunfei, and the rest boarded the plane from Beijing to New York. Qi Li, AI Xiaoxi, and Feng Yunshan did not follow Jiang Hai this time. Qi Li still had to take care of her family's business. Although AI Xiaoxi's heart had already changed, she still needed to prepare. Feng Yunshan had to follow AI Xiaoxi, so in the end, only the 3 of them stayed. After Jiang Hai and the 3 girls were intimate for a while, they boarded the plane and prepared to return to Winthrop. On the plane back, Jiang Hai specially bought a business class ticket. The price of a business class ticket was nearly 4 times the price of a first class ticket. The service was indeed 4 times worse. The chair could not be opened completely like a bed, and there were not so many seats for him. Although it was much wider than the economy class, he was not used to sitting in the first class. Fortunately, the 4 of them could still have a good chat. As for Huang Yunfei's wife, LV Jiao, there was not much to talk about. Jiang Hai and the rest had seen this girl before. She didn't like to talk or play much. She was very quiet and didn't have any opinions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married Huang Yunfei, who was a playboy. Watching his wife fall asleep, Huang Yunfei also whispered to Jiang Hai on the plane, "I say, the foreign woman over there, is she fun?" He carefully touched Jiang Hai and whispered to Jiang Hai, "Not bad, but it mainly depends on your own level." Glancing at Huang Yunfei, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to him, Although Jiang Hai has not been to Winthrop and Boston to find these professional women to discuss life and persuade them to do good. But when she was in New York, the price was not high, but the effect was also quite good, and there was an unexpected game that night. Haven't you heard of my level? I am known as the Little Prince of the Golden Gun. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei said confidently, he really hasn't tried anything like a foreign woman and winning glory for the country. Hee. Number 3 screw is number 3 screw. It has nothing to do with what material it is made of. When it is put on number 8 nut, it will shake a lot. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai glanced at him disdainfully and said with a smile, Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei was a little overwhelmed this time. Can't we have fun? Really? As for Su Wei and Fu Yuan, they listened to Jiang Hai's words and kept laughing there. They had considered the problem mentioned by Jiang Hai before, but they heard that it was Ting Lu, so they had to give it a try. After getting off the plane, we will go directly back to my manor by car. Of course, we will take a detour on the way. If you want to take a photo of the goddess of nature or something, you can take it then. When you get to my manor, you can rest first. On the second day, I will take you out to sea. Let me tell you, I am a rich man now. I bought a yacht after Fu Yuan left. Seeing that everyone had laughed enough, Jiang Hai also talked to them about the arrangements for these days. When it came to this, Fu Yuan couldn't help but give him a middle finger. This guy is too shameless. This time, Su Wei and the others applied for the same 10-day visa as the last time Fu Yuan came. Naturally, they couldn't do anything on the first day. On the second day, Jiang Hai took them out to sea to fish. At noon, they could go diving on the coral reef. At night, they went back to hold a party. On the third day, they went to Winthrop. Of course, they couldn't play in detail. Then, they went to the gun shop in the afternoon. As for riding horses, they could ride in Jiang Hai's manor. This was the itinerary of the fourth day. On the fourth day, they took a break in the afternoon. On the fifth day, Jiang Hai took them into the mountains to burn guns and hunt. On the sixth day, they went to Boston. On the seventh day, they could do whatever they wanted. On the eighth day, they took a day off. On the ninth day, they went shopping. It was impossible for them to come to the United States without bringing anything back. On the 10th day, they returned to New York and flew back to Huaxia. But this time, Jiang Hai didn't go back with them. For this arrangement, everyone was very much in agreement. While talking and chatting, the few of them unknowingly became sleepy. Jiang Hai also put down his chair and slept. Anyway, it was just one night, so it was fine to deal with it. When they woke up, their backs would definitely be sore. However, the plane had already arrived in New York at this time. After getting off the plane, Jiang Hai's shield had been waiting in the parking lot of the airport for a long time. Jiang Hai didn't expect that he would stay so long this time. However, it didn't matter if he stayed for a long time. Looking at Jiang Hai's new car, Fu Yuan, Huang Yunfei, and Su Wei all picked up their mobile phones and began to take pictures. To be honest, this car looked really scary, and they were also very tempted. Even Huang Yunfei was thinking that if Jiang Hai's car was in China, he would use this car as a wedding car. It would really beat the hundreds of streets like Bentley. If Jiang Hai knew his idea, he would probably refuse. It was not because he was reluctant. After all, it was just a wedding car. He had nothing to be reluctant about, but it was still because of that sentence. What car, what job? Although people in Huaxia didn't pay much attention to these things, after all, the wedding was a Western style. It was not good to make a mess. Jiang Hai's shield had no problem sitting these 5 people. After everyone got in the car, Jiang Hai also started the engine. A good car was indeed a good car. It had been basking in the dust here for half a month, but it was still very strong. Jiang Hai stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the airport. He went to a nearby car wash. After the car was automatically washed, they set off again. After all, in the past half a month, although the car was fine, there was a thick layer of dust on it. After all, this was an airport, so the dust was very heavy. After the car was cleaned, Jiang Hai deliberately made a half circle around New York. For example, the more famous Statue of Liberty, Fifth Avenue, Times Square, and so on. He let everyone take a look at them from afar. After making a circle in New York, they got on a national highway and went straight to Boston. Originally, It took more than 2 hours to go from Boston to New York. From Boston to Jianghai's manor, it was about half an hour. However, after Jianghai made a circle, the plane arrived at 3:30 in the afternoon. It was almost 8 o'clock when they went home. After walking for nearly 5 hours, when the car came to a stop, everyone got out of the car and stretched with all their might. Although they saw a lot of scenery along the way, to be honest, it was really too tiring. Jianghai, you're back. You're so slow. At this moment, in front of Jianghai's villa, a crisp voice sounded. Then Huang Yunfei and others looked over and saw a beautiful woman standing in front of the villa at this time. They were all stunned. Chapter 598. What's going on? Looking at the row of beautiful women in front of them, everyone here was a little confused. The only one who was mentally prepared was Fu Yuan, because when Fu Yuan came last time, he had already seen Aphrodite and Jianghai's 2 daughters, Daliana and Marian, but he had not seen Bernice and Lilia. He had to admit that Bernice and Lilia, these 2 Easterners, were more in line with their aesthetic views. Bernice's strong appearance was somewhat similar to Qi Li, and Lilia's pure white elf-like appearance was even more pitiful. Let me introduce you. First, this is Fu Yuan. In addition to you, Daliana and the others have seen him. This is Su Wei. This is Huang Yunfei. This is Huang Yunfei's wife, LV Jiao. Then I'll introduce you to this side. This is Daliana. This is Marian. This is my daughter. This is Bernice. This is Lilia. They're also my guests. This is Aphrodite Arnold. This is Dana Taylor. This is Hilda Leonard. This is Peggy Hall. This is Sheila Rodney. This is Ohilia Clive. This is Bridget Nelson. This is Janice Joy. They are Maya. Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Jianghai also introduced them. But when it came to Aphrodite and the others, Jianghai couldn't help but be a little speechless. Looking at Aphrodite and the others, Jianghai didn't know what to say. Because how should he introduce them? Say that they are his women? It's a little forced, but say that they are his workers? Isn't that a bit too heartless? Then what are they? Friends? Well, maybe this is a good way to put it. We are Jianghai's servants. Please come in. The guest rooms and dinner are ready. But before Jianghai could say anything, Aphrodite smiled and said. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Jianghai couldn't help but stare blankly. He looked at Aphrodite, but Aphrodite just winked at him. It was obvious that she had been prepared for this address for a long time. Don't listen to their nonsense. These are my friends. All right, let's go in. However, Jianghai didn't go along with her words. Although this was to give him face, Jianghai's heart was still somewhat apologetic. He waved his hand and said something to Su Wei and the others, then led everyone into his villa. However, after walking in, except for Fu Yuan, Su Wei, and Huang Yunfei, felt a sense of confusion. While they were going in, Jianghai also tugged at Aphrodite. Why didn't he see Azalina? She hasn't been feeling well these past few days, so she's resting in her room. Hearing Jianghai's words, Aphrodite whispered, Not feeling well? Hearing Aphrodite's explanation, Jianghai was a little puzzled, but Aphrodite smiled and didn't explain more, because they had never eaten with so many beautiful women around them, and the place where they ate was actually a standalone villa. To be honest, it was almost like a dream. At this time, after they entered the house, they unconsciously tightened their bodies and looked at everything around them. Seeing their reaction, Jianghai also chuckled. It was quite good to show them his power. Okay, let's serve the dishes. When everyone was seated, Bernice also shouted towards the kitchen. Then Aphrodite and the others went to the kitchen and began to serve the dishes that had been prepared long ago. Although these dishes were not all made by Lilia, they were almost all guided by Lilia. Her craftsmanship was not too bad. As soon as the first dish was served, Huang Yunfei's eyes widened, because the first dish was a huge Boston lobster. Although they saw Fu Yuan showing off in their circle of friends before, it was the first time they saw it in real life. Looking at that huge lobster, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This thing, how heavy is it? It's more than 20 jin. Pointing to the lobster in front of him, Huang Yunfei said with a trembling voice, He is a rich man, and he has basically eaten everything. After all, those equipment dealers, pharmaceutical representatives, and the like, in order to let them use their things, naturally they have to treat them eat, take a bath, whatever the dragon is, and the quality is quite good. So he has eaten lobster before, but such a big lobster, let alone eat it, he has never even seen it before. This one is 18. 5 Jin in total. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, most of the people at the dinner table were a little confused. After all, he spoke Mandarin, but Bernice, Lilia, Delina, and Marian could still understand him. So Bernice said, answering his doubts. Hearing Bernice's words, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 18. 5 Jin, that is to say, this lobster is 37 Jin? 37 Jin. It's not 3. 5 Jin. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and began to take pictures. Of course, except for him, the others will not be polite. Such a big lobster, if they don't take pictures of it, they won't be able to sleep at night. Jiang Hai, you are too polite. Such a big lobster, my God. After the shooting, Su Wei awkwardly said, they came here to play, but they didn't come here to take advantage of Jiang Hai. Although they said that Jiang Hai would take care of the food and drink, but Jiang Hai gave them such a big gift, which made them somewhat unable to sit still. How much would this thing cost? It's okay. Although the size of this lobster is not small, I still have a lot of it. At least, I can't finish it. Looking at Su Wei and the others who were a little embarrassed, Jiang Hai said with a smile, he does have a lot of these things. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the people here couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a terrible guy. However, before they could react, the second dish was served. Once they saw it, they couldn't stay calm anymore. Because the second dish was abalones, all of which were abnormally large and top-grade abalones. Each of them was lying on the plate, stripped of their shells, and cut with a knife to form a grid that looked like kidney flowers. Braised abalone. When this thing was served, Jiang Hai's appetite was somewhat moved. Needless to say, Huang Yunfei and the others picked up their mobile phones again. It was simply intolerable if they didn't take pictures of this thing. However, just as they finished taking pictures of the abalones, the sea cucumbers were served. These sea cucumbers were all abnormally big and naturally attracted a lot of attention. After the lobster, abalone, and sea cucumbers, it was the beef. The beef was divided into 2 parts. The first part was stewed beef, and the second part was fried steak. When these things were served, it naturally attracted a lot of attention, because they all knew that Jiang Hai's beef was not ordinary. It was sold for a few thousand yuan per caddy in China. Now, they could eat as much as they wanted. What could be better than this? After the beef, there was mutton, pork, prawns, crabs, cod. Jiang Hai had a lot of delicious food here. Although many of the fish were not ripe yet, when the large yellow croakers, Yangtze swordfish, and even Chinese bahaba fish matured, how terrifying would Jiang Hai's dining table be? Even so, salmon, bluefin golden spear, and the like were not on the dining table now. Just the 16 dishes on the table were enough to dazzle the eyes of these people. After the last dish was served, Jiang Hai ordered everyone to move their chopsticks instantly. They first ate the abalone, then the lobster, then the sea cucumbers, the steak, and so on. They were really stuffing food directly into their mouths. These good things are not so easy to eat in China. Looking at Huang Yunfei, Su Wei, Fu Yuan, and even Huang Yunfei's wife, LV Jiao, Aphrodite, and the others who sat down to eat at Jiang Hai's request couldn't help but smile. This reminded them of when they first arrived here. Perhaps because they felt the laughter of these people, Fu Yuan and Su Wei couldn't help but stop sweeping. Then, they smiled a little awkwardly and gently pushed Huang Yunfei beside them. Huang Yunfei also felt that it might not be good to eat like this. After all, they were in front of so many beautiful women. In their eyes, Jiang Hai was really surrounded by beautiful women. Aphrodite and the others had a unique, exotic charm that added a lot of points to them. In addition, these girls were not bad to begin with. Coupled with Jiang Hai's spiritual energy transformation, their appearance, figure, and temperament had some qualitative leaps and bounds. As for Delina and Marian, they were naturally 2 beauties who had already begun to take shape. As for Bernice and Xiaoya, they were already very good-looking. When they sat there, one looked like an iceberg female doctor while the other looked like an ice fairy. They couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. Being surrounded by so many beautiful women was actually quite stressful, especially Huang Yunfei's wife, LV Jiao. In fact, LV Jiao's appearance was not bad. Although ordinary people were not particularly good-looking, they were not ugly either. According to the standards of domestic internet celebrities, she could be given 75 points. But here, it seemed like she couldn't even pass the passing mark. She was like an ugly duckling in a flock of white swans. The pressure was considerable, but fortunately, these delicious food diverted her attention. In front of delicious food, pressure and whatnot were temporarily put aside. In this way, the three men deliberately restrained themselves and finished the meal. But even if they restrained themselves, they still ate a lot. After eating all the food, Aphrodite and the others packed up and were about to leave. But before leaving, Aphrodite deliberately asked Jiang Hai's ear if she needed to arrange for them to come over tonight. Considering that they had been sitting in business class for the whole day, Jiang Hai was also a little tired, so she told them to talk about it tomorrow. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite first took Huang Yunfei and his wife, Su Wei, and Fu Yuan to the room that was already prepared for them. The room was also Jiang Hai's standard guest room. In the room, there was air conditioning, a big bed, a TV, a wardrobe, a bathroom, and so on. It could be said that it was not worse than the big bedroom in an ordinary hotel. Moreover, there was a hint of the smell of home. After everyone entered the room, Su Wei and Fu Yuan first took the photos in their phones and showed them off. Then, they took a shower and went to bed. As for Huang Yunfei and LV Jiao, they also packed up and prepared to rest. But lying on the bed, LV Jiao looked at Huang Yunfei strangely. She was really curious. Was Huang Yunfei's friend really like what he said? I say, this friend of yours, is he really a cattle breeder? LV Jiao asked strangely as she stuffed herself into Huang Yunfei's arms. Yes, but I never thought that his life would be so extravagant. Hearing his wife's words, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but nod. Thinking back to the scene he saw tonight, he still couldn't get over it. Chapter 599. What was a man's dream? Waking up to control the world, getting drunk, and lying on a beauty's lap. Of course, this was just a dream. Which man didn't watch TV when he was young and fantasize about being an emperor? In today's society, it was impossible to get drunk and control the world. After all, in the entire imperial court, there was only one person who had the final say. One person among the 3 billion. Obviously, they didn't have the brain or the life. But getting drunk and lying on a beauty's lap could still be considered. But unfortunately, this wasn't something that ordinary men could do. After all, the beauties now were all expensive. Of course, this didn't refer to some special industries. A good woman, beautiful, gentle, slender, diligent, and thrifty. These were all possible. The problem was that such a good woman, if she didn't go to film, then the person who pursued her would be unfaithful. It wasn't an easy thing to get drunk and lie on her lap. At least, Su Wei and the others didn't have this idea. Originally, Jiang Hai didn't have this idea, but now he disdained to get drunk and lie down. After returning to his room, Jiang Hai looked at the photos posted by the three people. After leaving a comment, he went to bed. Although he slept for a long time on the plane, to be honest, he didn't sleep well. It was more comfortable to sleep in his own bed. Although he was used to sleeping on a soft bed in the past half a month, sleeping on this white jade bed was indeed a bit uncomfortable, but it was still okay. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Jiang Hai got up, yawned, cleaned up the room, and walked out of the door. But when he came out, he found that Fu Yuan and the others had been waiting outside for a long time. At this time, they were standing in Jiang Hai's parking lot, taking photos with Jiang Hai's luxury cars. Jiang Hai had a lot of good cars here, such as Rolls-Royce, Battle Shield, F-750, and so on. These cars would attract a lot of attention in China. Now, they could take photos as they pleased. They could even sit inside and take photos. Such opportunities were rare. They're all up. Rubbing his eyes and looking at the people outside, Jiang Hai whispered. At this time, Bernice, who had finished her exercise in the gym, also came out. She glanced at the people outside and said to Jiang Hai, Oh, your friends, they can get up much earlier than you. They got up at about 6 o'clock. After coming to the gym to take a look, they went out to take photos. Bernice said as she wiped her sweat. The weather outside had been getting colder recently. Although Winthrop's weather was not as cold as Bing City's, it was best to do other sports indoors except for running outside. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai glanced at her and found that she was still wearing her usual exercise clothes. The pants and shirt perfectly outlined her body. No wonder Fu Yuan and the others, who were originally visiting the villa, ran outside. You should wear more clothes when there are guests at home. Looking at Bernice's clothes, Jiang Hai said with some displeasure. What? Are you jealous? Hearing Jiang Hai's jealous words, Bernice couldn't help but look at him and said with a smile. Why would I be jealous? I'm afraid you will be taken advantage of. Rolling his eyes at Bernice, Jiang Hai pushed her directly into her room, then shook his head. Jealous? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? You guys got up so early. Putting aside these thoughts for the time being, Jiang Hai walked down the stairs and then walked out of the room. Hey, you finally got up. We remembered that we were going out to play today. We didn't sleep much. Seeing Jiang Hai walk out, Su Wei greeted him immediately and then said with a smile. He had never gone out to sea before. In fact, it wasn't only him. Huang Yunfei and his wife also haven't experienced it. When Fu Yuan came last time, although he went out to sea, he was only on Jiang Hai's boat. He also hasn't been on a proper yacht. Now, he is very anxious. Look at you guys. Have breakfast first, then let's go. Looking at their eager look, Jiang Hai said with a smile, then led everyone to have a simple breakfast. Jiang Hai has been here for a year, and he is used to the breakfast here. Although it is not as refreshing as tofu pudding and youtiao, the breakfast here is still good. A big bowl of cheddar soup, coupled with toast, milk, and fried ham and eggs, tastes very good. After breakfast and cleaning up, Jiang Hai took the 3 men and 1 woman to the beach on 2 off-road motorcycles. Driving by Jiang Hai's river, looking at the river beside him and the grassland further away, and the herd of cattle and sheep that had been released by Robbins Garcia on the grassland, to be honest, such a beautiful scenery is really refreshing. Jiang Hai, I didn't expect your place to be so beautiful. Looking at everything in the distance, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but say with emotion, That's right. If this was my territory, even if you gave me the position of mayor, I would still change. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Su Wei also followed up, but halfway through, he realized that he couldn't resist the temptation. Hearing what they said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. Mayor? If it were him, he wouldn't change, because this is what he is pursuing. Along the way, he looked at the grassland and then at the forest. From time to time, some pheasants, hares, and birds flew by at low altitude. This scene is a perfect fusion of nature and modernity. After settling down and looking at it, it is really a different feeling. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai didn't give them too much time to be artistic. Soon, the 2 off-road motorcycles had already arrived at the dock. Boss, you are back. Seeing that the motorcycles were parked, Edward Anderson and the others walked out of the cabin at the dock. Seeing that it was Jiang Hai and his friends, Edward Anderson couldn't help but smile and say. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also waved at him. After parking the motorcycles, he walked over. These are my friend from Huaxia. Today, they're going out to sea on my yacht. Please help me prepare. Looking at Edward Anderson, Jiang Hai said to him. Hearing that Jiang Hai was going out to sea, Edward Anderson waved his hand, and Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, and Andrew Christian all came out of the room. Now, Marlon Rupert and Belle Lester have already gone to patrol. Knowing that Jiang Hai was going out to sea, they also began to check. Radio, satellite positioning, fuel gauge, various instruments, fresh water, fuel, etc. Of course, in addition to some food. Seeing that Jiang Hai's 3 men were busy, Su Wei and others were too embarrassed to watch from the side, so they also went to help. Jiang Hai and Edward Anderson chatted about the situation after he left. After learning that their seafood consumption reached a new high in November, Jiang Hai also smiled. This was all within the scope of his plan. In addition to the consumption, he also got a piece of bad news. That is, someone took a fancy to Winthrop. Of course, that person didn't say that he wanted to come here to be the mayor or buy this place directly, but he took a fancy to the location here and wanted to build a factory here. Hearing this, Jiang Hai frowned. Edward Anderson didn't know what kind of factory it was, but in Jiang Hai's view, any factory must have some problems. Now that the town's tourism industry was developing well, there was no need to rely on these things to make money. After all, in his view, any factory must cause pollution to the atmosphere, water, and land, using the present to overdraft the future. Unless Jiang Hai's brain was damaged, not to mention others, Jiang Hai would absolutely not agree to it. But what he thought, Mayor Wallace probably thought of it too, so he wasn't very worried. After chatting with Edward Anderson for a while, Jiang Hai's boat was also ready. After informing Edward Anderson, Jiang Hai got on the boat, started the engine, and sailed towards the sea. As soon as the boat left the port, Su Wei, Fu Yuan, and Huang Yunfei on the boat screamed excitedly. Although they had never been on a boat before, it was their first time going out to sea on such a yacht. When they were under the boat, they had already taken a lot of photos. Now that they were on the boat and going out to sea, they directly took photos. Especially Huang Yunfei and his wife, LV Jiao. No woman wouldn't be tempted by these materialistic things. LV Jiao, who was very quiet yesterday, was very excited today. After Jiang Hai set the route, he walked out of the cabin and looked at the excited people on the deck. Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. He turned back to the kitchen and took out a box of cold beer. Jiang Hai didn't know what to say. He went back to the kitchen and took out a box of cold beer. Wow, Jiang Hai, you are so generous. How can there be no beer in such a beautiful scenery? Looking at the beer, Fu Yuan ran over with a smile, picked up a bottle of beer, opened it with a lighter, and then raised his head to drink. But he was stopped by Jiang Hai. He was drinking clear beer. This kind of beer was very light and refreshing, but the alcohol content was not small. In drinking this kind of beer, in addition to being cold, it was best to add some lemon juice. The taste was quite good. The last time he came, although Fu Yuan also drank this kind of beer, Jiang Hai didn't drink it at that time, let alone him. This was also something he learned after going to the Caribbean Sea. Seeing Jiang Hai cut a lemon and then squeeze a little lemon juice into it, Fu Yuan shook the bottle with some doubts and then took a sip. People in Bing City like to drink beer, and so did Fu Yuan. As soon as the beer entered his stomach, Fu Yuan's eyes lit up. Why is this wine so delicious? Fu Yuan asked curiously as he looked at the wine bottle in front of him that was written in a foreign language. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't drink this kind of thing. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also laughed. Chapter 600. Jiang Hai only liked to drink two kinds of beer, Corona and Budweiser. Both of these beers were rather light, and there was almost no bitterness in them at all. Paired with lemon juice, it was like a cocktail. The taste was about the same, but there was a bit of steam. It was like a carbonated alcoholic drink. It was different from the so-called pineapple beer. The taste was quite good, and there was a bit of alcohol in it. At least, it was not worse than ordinary beer. Ordinary beer's original juice concentration was about 9% to 11%. This kind of beer was more than 11%. Although it was only a little more than 10%. It meant that its alcohol content was not lower than ordinary beer. But this kind of beer was better than ordinary beer. Of course, this was not absolute. If Jiang Hai's father's generation drank it, they would say, "How is this good?" It was like water, and there was no alcohol taste at all. In this regard, Jiang Hai had nothing to say. For example, Edward Anderson and Robbins Garcia did not like to drink this kind of beer. They preferred to drink Cowboy Song's home-brewed barley beer, but Bell and the others liked to drink this. After Jiang Hai tasted it once, he stored a lot of this kind of beer at home. There were more choices in the United States than in China. He could buy beer from almost all the countries in the world here. The famous German and Huaxia beers were available here. But when it comes to drinking, he still likes to drink these two kinds. Hearing Jiang Hai and Fu Yuan's conversation, Huang Yunfei and Su Wei also came over. After opening a bottle, they took a sip and couldn't help but nod secretly. There was no taste, and it was particularly refreshing. After adding some lemon juice, their eyes unconsciously widened. It was really delicious. Looking at Huang Yunfei's appearance, LV Jiao also walked over curiously and took a sip. Then she also liked the taste. But she was different from Huang Yunfei and Jiang Hai. After all, she was a woman, so she just held a bottle and drank. It's boring to just drink and look at the sky. Let's fish for lunch. Jiang Haibei finished a bottle of beer very quickly. Then, he looked at his buddies and suggested to them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, these people were a little eager to try. It was indeed not good to come here without fishing. So they went to the cabin and took out Jiang Hai's fishing rod. Jiang Hai only put a total of 3 fishing rods here, 1 for each of them. Then they put on the fake bait, which was specially bought by Jiang Hai after the night fishing, and started fishing. Jiang Hai, don't you want to fish? Looking at the 3 people holding a fishing rod, under the command of Fu Yuan, who once fished at sea, they started fishing. Well, Fu Yuan also fished here because of Jiang Hai. Except for him, no one else has fished at sea, but it seems that they are really good at it. And LV Jiao stood beside Huang Yunfei and looked at Jiang Hai standing next to him. She couldn't help but ask him. In her opinion, her husband, the 3 of them snatched Jiang Hai's fishing rod and left Jiang Hai out there in the sun. Fishing. Hearing LV Jiao's question, Jiang Hai smiled and began to arrange the fishing line around him. But you don't have a fishing rod. How can you fish? Yunfei, give the fishing rod to Jiang Hai. Hearing Jiang Hai say that he wants to fish, LV Jiao couldn't help but ask him with some doubts. Then she turned to look at Huang Yunfei and asked him to give up a fishing rod first. But now Huang Yunfei is in a good mood, directly asking him to return the fishing rod. He is somewhat unwilling. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, several people here can't help but frown and look at Jiang Hai in unison. No need for fishing rods. Let them use these things. I can catch more than them without a fishing rod. Especially Huang Yunfei, who kept the fishing rod, looked at Jiang Hai and said loudly, "You're bragging. You don't need a fishing rod. Let me see." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai looked at him with contempt, then took a fake bait and hung it on his fishing line, then tied a lot of colorful stripes on the fishing line. Under their gaze, Jiang Hai directly threw the fishing line into the sea. You don't know it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Today I will open your eyes. Looking at Jiang Hai pulling the fishing line and preparing to fish, several people were a little confused. Jiang Hai is not crazy. And Jiang Hai actually dared to say such words at this time? I think you're really, damn, you really took the bait. Su Wei, who was the closest to Jiang Hai, was just about to mock Jiang Hai, but he didn't expect that Jiang Hai suddenly began to reel in the fishing line, and he saw a fish jumping out of the water on the fishing line in the distance. Where? Really? Damn, what the hell is this? Does this sea look at people? Following Su Wei's strange cry, several other people came over and watched Jiang Hai quickly reel in the fishing line. And when the fishing line was completely retracted, a fish about the size of a palm was already jumping on the fake bait. What kind of fish is this? Looking at the palm-sized fish, Fu Yuan was also a little confused and asked Jiang Hai, "This is a small tuna fish. It is useless. It doesn't taste good. This is used as bait." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled and explained to him. Yes, now Jiang Hai is using the fishing technique that he was shocked by the local girl when he was in the Caribbean. A fishing line, some colored rope, and a hook can catch fish. Compared to this kind of fishing method, using a fishing rod to fish was indeed much more lowly. Of course, professionals still have to use a fishing rod because only a fishing rod can catch big fish. This kind of fishing, except for catching some brainless carnivorous fish, has no effect on some smart big fish. But this thing is enough to scare Fu Yuan and the others. After watching Jiang Hai take the small tuna fish off the hook and throw it into the tank next to him, the 4 people stopped fishing and just looked at the fish. However, Jiang Hai didn't stay idle. He threw the fishing line into the sea again, waiting for the fish to bite the bait. In less than a minute, another small tuna fish took the bait. Now Jiang Hai and the others are still in Jiang Hai Sea area. Because Jianghai Sea area is too rich in spiritual energy, it attracted a large number of fish. Although some of these fish are cruising around the world, when the fish enter this area, they are reluctant to leave, such as those tuna fish. In addition to these fish, some other fish in the sea will also be reluctant to leave after swimming over and take root here. This is also why Jianghai is not worried about the food problem of Big Fool, the 14 dolphins, and his newly collected Roger, king sour squid. Because these foreign species are abnormally rich, it is enough for them to eat. And those large carnivores, such as sharks, are attracted by these foreign species. In front of a king sour squid, a sand tiger shark that is bigger than a great white shark, plus a shark that is also not small, plus 14 dolphins, those sharks have no other choice but to run away. So imagine, when Jianghai starts fishing next year, what will his harvest be like? It's a little scary just thinking about it. This kind of small tuna fish is originally a warm and tropical species, but Jianghai also has a lot of them. About half an hour or so, Jianghai has already caught more than 20 such small tuna fish. Seeing Jianghai constantly pulling up the fish, Huang Yunfei and the others also put aside their initial curiosity and wanted to go fishing, but this thing also requires skill. With their mediocre skills, it is not easy to catch these fish. In half an hour, only Fu Yuan, who has fished before, caught a sea bass by sheer luck. But in Jianghai's view, this fish should be used as bait because this little guy is too small, about 10 centimeters. But Fu Yuan was so excited that he hugged the fish and took a photo. As a result, he accidentally let the fish jump into the water. Okay, it's almost done. After calculating in his mind, Jianghai said after pulling back the last small tuna fish, "What? You don't want to fish anymore? Didn't you say that this kind of fish is not delicious?" Hearing Jianghai say that it's almost done, Dian Yunfei and the others were still not satisfied. But at sea, they would not question Jianghai, so they just asked with some doubts. "No, you guys go ahead. I mean, these small fish are almost done. These fish are not edible. I will use them to get some edible fish for you." After Jianghai finished speaking, he smiled and took back the fishing line. Then he took down the fake bait and scooped up a small tuna. He used his tactical dagger and easily killed the fish with a few cuts. Then he removed the fins and scratched some wounds on them. Then he picked up the fish, hung it on the hook tied to the fishing line, and threw the line into the sea. After that, they just had to wait. The fish they were going to catch this time were bigger carnivorous fish, which were much more difficult to catch than small tuna fish. Seeing Jianghai's actions, although Huang Yunfei and the others didn't say anything, they were all thinking in their hearts, what kind of fish is Jianghai trying to catch? But they looked at Jianghai suspiciously for a long time, and there was no movement from Jianghai's side. Gradually, they stopped paying attention to Jianghai's side. But at this moment, Jianghai suddenly moved. He quickly put away the fishing line. As soon as they saw Jianghai's actions, everyone focused their attention on him. However, they couldn't see what Jianghai was trying to pull. When the fishing line was about 3 or 4 meters away from the ship's deck, they could see that on the other end of the fishing line, there was a slender fish, almost a meter long, struggling to pull the line. Fish, what a big fish! Looking at the big fish under the water, LV Jiao couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Jianghai also gestured to everyone, and in an instant, he pulled the fish directly to the platform. After the fish reached the platform, it began to struggle violently, wanting to jump back into the sea. But even so, it didn't open its mouth. Chapter 601. What the hell? What kind of fish is this? It's so big and it looks so fierce. Looking at the struggling fish, Fu Yuan couldn't help but come over and wanted to catch the fish to take a look, but Jianghai stopped him one step ahead of him. "You don't want your finger. You dare to touch it when you don't know what kind of fish it is." Hearing Jianghai's words, Fu Yuan was a little confused. "Isn't it just a fish? Although it's a little big, it's not big enough to bite off my finger. This is barracuda, also known as sea wolf. Look at these fangs. This fish has a strong vitality and is quite ferocious. If you touch its mouth before it dies, it definitely won't mind tasting human flesh." Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Jiang Hai said to them. Then he picked up the stick that had been prepared long ago and directly hit the fish to death. Then he opened the fish's mouth and took out the small tuna that had been bitten by it, but there was no way to use it. He directly threw it into the sea to feed the fish. To catch new fish, he needs to change the bait. What the hell, this thing is so fierce. I want to hold it and take a picture. Come on, Su Wei, help me take a picture. Hearing Jiang Hai's introduction, Fu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but shine. He picked up the fish with a serious face and asked Su Wei to take a picture for him with a smile. Of course, after he finished taking pictures, Su Wei, Huang Yunfei, and LV Jiao all took pictures. For them, this fish, which is almost 1.5 meters long, is a big fish. Even if they didn't catch it, they were very happy. After everyone took pictures, they also put the fish in a box full of ice next to them, according to Jiang Hai's instructions. According to Jiang Hai, this is called ice fresh, and it will taste good later. After dealing with the fish, Su Wei and the others continued to fish, but they put more of their thoughts on Jiang Hai. They were waiting to see if Jiang Hai can catch more and better fish. This time, they didn't have to wait too long. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Hai began to quickly reel in the line again. As soon as they saw Jiang Hai reel in the line, the people here surrounded him. Jiang Hai's reel in the line was very fast, even faster than the reel in with a fishing rod. Not long after, the other end of the line appeared on the sea level. This time, Jiang Hai didn't catch a barracuda, but a sea bass. It's the same species as the one Fu Yuan caught just now, but it's much worse in size. If Jiang Hai's fish is his grandson, then this fish is his grandfather. Although it hasn't been pulled out of the water yet, the fish on Jiang Hai's side has begun to show its size. The one caught by Fu Yuan is only about 10 centimeters long, but the one caught by Jiang Hai is almost no shorter than the barracuda just now. It's about 1 meter long. Otherwise, it would be impossible to eat a whole small tuna. This fish is not like the barracuda. Its body is slender. This fish looks a bit like the fathead fish. It has a big head, a big mouth, and a wide body. Jiang Hai looked at the fish, and without saying a word, he directly threw it on the platform. Then he directly killed it with a stick and lifted the fish up. With this lift, Jiang Hai couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. This fish is less than 1 meter long. It may be a little short. The weight is about 15 kilograms, which is about 30 kilograms. The difference is not big. The barracuda is about 20 kilograms. The two fish are 50 kilograms. After removing the head, the internal organs, and the bones, more than 20 kilograms of meat can be obtained, which is enough for Jiang Hai and others to eat. After all, this is his own fishing ground. Jiang Hai doesn't plan to fish too much. These two fish are enough. After this fish was put on the table, it naturally attracted a large wave of photos and showing off. After everyone took photos, Jiang Hai also poured the rest of the small tuna back into the sea and then began to clean up with the two fish, removing the head, bleeding, scraping the scales, and removing the internal organs. After a series of things were done, Jiang Hai also began to deal with the meat. These sea fish have a big bone. Unlike the river fish, which have many small burrs, these sea fish don't have many bones. He went up and cut down the back of the fish, and a fish bone was shaved out. Of course, there's still a lot of meat on the fish bone, but Jiang Hai disdains to eat this meat. After staying in the United States for a long time, he has developed the habit of wasting food. Holding 4 fish, Jiang Hai went up to marinate the fish. Because of Jiang Hai, Huang Yunfei and the others didn't want to fish. At least, they didn't want to fish today. After putting away the fishing rod, they went to the upper deck. In the living room, they watched TV, drank beer, and watched Jiang Hai marinate the fish there. This made these 4 people quite happy. The TV in Jiang Hai's yacht is a satellite TV, and it can also be received by domestic stations. Of course, the premise is that it has to be on the satellite. Some local stations can't receive it. Watching Huaxia on a yacht in the United States, enjoying the sea breeze, drinking beer, and waiting for delicious food, is there anything more beautiful than this? Not long after, Jiang Hai finished marinating the fish. Then he took a charcoal stove to the deck. Today, they're going to roast the fish. This time, they can't be lazy. They also gathered there and got busy. Those who burned the charcoal burned the charcoal. Those who took the tables and chairs. And those who cleaned the bowls and chopsticks cleaned the bowls and chopsticks. There is strength in numbers. Not long after, they are almost done. After the charcoal is burned, it needs to be burned for a while before it can be roasted. Jiang Hai and the others also took advantage of this time to take a look at the yacht's steering room. After everything is done, Jiang Hai and the others took the marinated fish and the beef from home to the deck and began to roast. Although these fish are not raised by Jiang Hai, after all, they have absorbed the spiritual energy of Jiang Hai. So when they are roasted, the taste of the meat is quite good. Although it can't be compared to the taste of beef and lobster, in terms of fish alone, the taste of these two big fish is already not worse than the general yellowfin golden spear. Of course, the difference in price is very big. However, for Huang Yunfei and the others, these fish are also very delicious. Some words of praise are constantly brushed in his circle of friends. Many people are envious, jealous, and hateful. Of course, what they hate is that they can't replace them to go there to play. Jiang Hai, your life is too corrupt. After taking a sip of beer, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but sigh. In terms of making money, he naturally can't make as much as Jiang Hai, but he is also a person who doesn't lack money. However, compared with his daily work, he is really far behind Jiang Hai. The gap is already not easy to describe with words. Living in such a big villa every day, surrounded by beautiful women, beasts in the mountains, cattle and sheep on the land, seafood in the sea, he can eat whatever he wants. If he is not happy, he will drive the yacht to the sea. At home, he can also ride a horse, play with guns, and so on. This kind of life is really enviable to others. A year ago, who would have thought that Jiang Hai would be like this? At that time, these brothers also thought that Jiang Hai's greatest development in the future may be that he may reconcile with Qi Li and then go to Qi Li's company to do something. Who would have thought that he would actually live such a godlike life? After listening to his words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. In fact, not only him, but Jiang Hai also didn't think that he would live such a godlike life one day. But sometimes things are so sudden. Who would have thought? The group of people had a very happy lunch. If they couldn't eat, they would wash it with water and then throw it directly into the sea. These fish will not be wasted in the sea. After all, they're not going home to feed ornamental fish. There is not much difference between raw and cooked meat. After everything was done, Jiang Hai and the others returned to the dock around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, they changed to a small boat and went directly to the coral reef. In the afternoon, Jiang Hai arranged for them to snorkel. They certainly can't do real diving. After all, they haven't learned how to do it, and Jiang Hai can't take them. However, it didn't matter if they were snorkeling. Ever since the sea was filled with spirit energy, plankton grew the most. The coral polyps, which fed on plankton, grew faster after eating plankton that contained spirit energy. Since March of this year, Jiang Hai's coral group has almost doubled in size. Now, not only are there many coral groups in the sea about 10 meters deep, but there are also coral groups in the sea between 2 and 5 meters deep. The only pity is that these corals are still mainly gray and not beautiful at all. Jiang Hai has already prepared to wait until next summer to introduce some colorful corals to make his underwater world colorful. Because the waterline on this side of the coral reef is very shallow, large ships can't sail over, but small boats can pass through unimpeded. After Jiang Hai and the others arrived, everyone changed into their respective swimsuits in the cabin. They also prepared glasses and snorkeling tubes. Everything is ready. Jiang Hai also told them what to pay attention to when they go into the water. Scorpions and sea snakes were definitely not to be touched. Jellyfish were definitely not to be touched. Sea anemones were definitely not to be touched. Sea slugs were definitely not to be touched. Colorful fishes were definitely not to be touched. Even if you saw a large reef cave, there might be eels or sharks inside. That was definitely not to be touched. After repeated reminders and confirming all the problems, Jiang Hai and the others went into the water. Looking at the gray coral world on the surface of the water, Jiang Hai didn't feel anything, but Huang Yunfei and the others were very excited. Fortunately, they still remembered Jiang Hai's words to stay away from those dangers. At most, they would chase some small fish to play with. After playing here for about 2 hours, these people climbed onto the boat and returned to the dock, ready to go back for dinner. This was because they had eaten Jiang Hai's food in the past 2 days. Otherwise, with their original weak bodies, they estimated that they couldn't even crawl after playing for 2 hours. They wouldn't be as unsatisfied as they were now. Chapter 602. Jiang, I missed you so much. Dana Taylor threw herself into Jiang Hai's arms and looked at Jiang Hai with an intoxicated expression. Then, without waiting for Jiang Hai to react, she hugged Jiang Hai's neck and kissed him again. Aphrodite did the same. She took the initiative to move her face closer. Although she didn't say it, it was obvious that she missed Jiang Hai very much too. The party with Huang Yunfei and the others ended very early. Although their bodies had changed a little because of eating the things produced in Jiang Hai's manner, the changes were really too little. Therefore, the party ended very early. After 8 o'clock, everyone went to experience Jiang Hai's hot spring and went to bed. When Jiang Hai returned to his room, Aphrodite and Dana had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Hai was a little tired yesterday, so he didn't ask them to come over. But this morning, they had been waiting here. When the three of them met, it was naturally like lightning attracting fire. They were instantly attracted to each other, like two polar magnets. Their lips and teeth intertwined, and the temperature between the three of them rose rapidly. There was nothing much to say about what happened next. Unknowingly, the three of them also came to Jiang Hai's white jade bed. Dana was more proactive than Aphrodite. She took off her top in an instant, but when she took off her lower body, she hesitated for a moment. Only then did Jiang Hai notice that Dana was wearing a pair of black stockings on her lower body today. I heard that you like them, so I bought them. Do you want me to wear them? Seeing Jiang Hai's gaze, Dana giggled and looked at Jiang Hai. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai shook his head. I don't have any special interest in these things. It was hard for him to understand men's love for these stockings. At least, he didn't have any feelings for these things. It was another matter when it was fast, but when there was time to fill it. He preferred the state where both of them were naked. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Dana couldn't help but curl her lips and take off her stockings. She prepared a lot of pairs of stockings for you. Black, white, long tube, suspenders, mesh, all kinds. But I know she's thinking too much. You won't like them. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Aphrodite couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, compared to Dana, Aphrodite knew Jiang Hai better. Well, let's not care about that. Let's do it. Looking at Dana again, Jiang Hai laughed and pulled her directly into his arms. There was nothing more to say after that. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Of course, what he needed the most was Aphrodite and Dana. They were very proactive at this time, and Jiang Hai naturally wouldn't be passive. Since he had made up his mind to keep them by his side, there was no need to say anything more. It was that simple. It was a quiet night, but the smell in Jiang Hai's room wasn't very good. As October approached, it was no longer possible to sleep with the windows open at night. And if the windows were closed, the smell wouldn't spread out. Of course, Jiang Hai didn't have to think about this because the next morning, when Aphrodite and Dana left, they would open the windows. When Jiang Hai woke up after 8 in the morning, the air in the room was fresh again. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Jiang Hai pulled himself together, put on his clothes, and walked downstairs. He found that not many people were awake today. Huang Yunfei and his wife didn't wake up. Only Su Wei and Fu Yuan were awake. The two of them didn't go outside to look at the car. Instead, they stayed in Jiang Hai's living room and looked at Jiang Hai's huge fish tank. When they came the day before yesterday, they had already noticed this fish tank, but they hadn't looked at it carefully. In the end, they couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw it. Su Wei didn't know much about fish, but he also knew that this should be a golden dragon and a red dragon. Fu Yuan was in the inspection business. He had been to many real estate companies and the like, and business had to pay attention to feng shui. And the feng shui, of course, was to use a fish tank. The fish raised in it were also very particular, and dragons were inevitable. So he roughly knew the price of these arowana. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew that it was definitely worth a lot. I say, when did you raise these fish? Seeing Jiang Hai wobbling down, Fu Yuan immediately asked, raise them for a month? Looking at these arowana swimming in the water, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said, a month? Can you raise them so big in a month? Pointing to the fish in the water, Fu Yuan obviously didn't believe it. Are you stupid? I didn't buy babies. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Hai said to him. He didn't say how these arowana came about. After all, it was quite troublesome to explain. You should know that buying and selling arowana is not allowed in the United States. It is illegal. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan froze for a moment, then touched his chin. Indeed, it's not like Jiang Hai can't afford to buy adult arowana. But these things are very expensive. But when he thought of the price of these things, to be honest, he was a little conflicted. Yeah, it's really not cheap. I'm waiting for these arowana to give birth, and then sell them back to Huaxia. Looking at the fish in the fish tank, Jiang Hai smiled and muttered. When he first got these fish, he also had the same idea. But what he wants to sell is not the ordinary gold dragon and red dragon. No matter how good the gold dragon and red dragon are, how much can they be worth? Excluding those that have been hyped up, the most expensive red fish that was sold for 2,685 million renminbi was only around 300,000 renminbi. The price of Jiang Hai's cow is equivalent to several red dragons of this level. Moreover, Jiang Hai's cows mature once a year. These red dragons and red dragons are only worth this price after living for a few years, so it's unrealistic to rely on these things to sell for money. Jiang Hai's target is the platinum dragon. The price of 300,000 renminbi for a baby is Jiang Hai's target. But the other arowana that are born can also be sold. It takes a long time to raise a red dragon that is worth hundreds of thousands of RMB. But generally, he can sell some small fish that are worth tens of thousands to Huaxia. Maybe we can do this business. When the time comes, we can open an aquarium shop. If your arowana are born, let us sell them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. In any case, Jiang Hai was going to sell his fish, so he might as well buy his fish. Although it is said that good friends are not suitable to do business together, because sooner or later they will fall out. But if it's just a relationship of buying and selling, it doesn't matter. He's just a little dissatisfied with his current job. After the new head of state of the imperial court came to power, many policies were introduced. Their originally lucrative industry was hit hard. Originally, it would not be a problem for him to make 10 to 20,000 yuan a month. But now, he could only make about 10,000 yuan a month after working himself to death. One had to know that he still had to provide for the house. Speaking of which, it was very sad. So it's no wonder that he wants to change careers. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai nodded his head in agreement. It's just some young arowana. Besides, it's not like Fu Yuan doesn't want to pay. He doesn't care about this. Since he wants to open such a shop, he'll give it to him. Anyway, if Jiang Hai's fish give birth, they will be distributed to China. At that time, it doesn't matter if he gives some to Fu Yuan. Seeing Jiang Hai nodding, Fu Yuan couldn't help but look at the fish again. At the same time, he also calculated in his heart. If he wants to open such a shop, how much risk and cost would there be? Looking at his appearance, Jiang Hai and Su Wei didn't disturb him. They went straight into the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. When breakfast was almost ready, Huang Yunfei and his wife also came downstairs. Seeing that breakfast was ready, they didn't wait. They asked Fu Yuan to set up the table and tableware together. Then, it was time to eat breakfast. Today's breakfast is still more Western. Because Jiang Hai is very lazy, and Chinese food is more or less troublesome. Cheddar soup, bread, and sausages. But in addition, there's also milk. This milk is not bought outside, but produced in Jiang Hai's manner. When he bought cows last time, Jiang Hai specially bought a few Holstein cows, which are black and white Holstein cows. 2 of them are about to give birth. In less than half a month after returning, these 2 cows gave birth. The cows that gave birth to calves can produce milk. Jianghai also specially bought a set of milk production equipment for this. Of course, the milk that is directly squeezed out can't be drunk. It can only be drunk after it is mixed with hot water. But these are all left to Robbins Garcia. Robbins Garcia was an out-and-out old cowboy. He knew a lot about beef cattle, and he wasn't lacking in milk cows. Every day, he would mix fresh milk. However, the milk production of 2 cows was enough to supply everyone in the manor. It wasn't enough to sell. Jianghai originally bought these cows for himself to drink milk, so he didn't think about selling them. There is a beef cattle economy, but milk cows? Jianghai doesn't care about making money. After eating an authentic winter breakfast, everyone packed up. Jianghai took them to visit the town. Sitting on Jianghai's war shield, the group went directly to the town. At this time, the weather has turned cold. Winthrop, which was very popular a few months ago, has become a lot quieter recently. But there are still many tourists who have not left. Although they can't drink water now, the seafood is much more delicious than it was in the beginning. The mid-autumn crab fat is also the same in the United States. Seeing Jianghai's war shield driving into the town, not only will the people in the town take the initiative to greet Jianghai, but the tourists will also come over to get a discount from Jianghai. Now, most of the people who come here to play are here to eat seafood, and Jianghai's seafood is famous here. It will not be wrong to get close to Jianghai. Along the way, the original half-hour drive took nearly an hour to arrive. But fortunately, they finally arrived. After parking the car in the town's parking lot, Jianghai took his friends for a stroll. Chapter 603. Wow, the economy here is really developed. They walked into the central district of the town, which was the commercial street. Speaking of which, other than this place, there was no other famous place in the town. As soon as they walked in, Huang Yunfei's wife couldn't take her eyes off of it. Women always have an abnormal obsession with shopping, and no one could stop them. Not to mention, this street was full of foreign products that were very good for her, so naturally, she couldn't take her eyes off of it. Your style is not right. I thought it was the same as on the way here, a rural town in the United States. Where did so many shops come from? However, compared to Huang Yunfei's wife, Huang Yunfei was a little scared. He didn't know the price of these shops, but Chinese people always subconsciously feel that foreign products should be very expensive. Although it's not that he couldn't afford it, he still felt a little sorry for his wallet. Now Winthrop is also a tourist attraction, so it can be considered a shopping street. However, although there seems to be a lot of things here, the prices are very cheap. These clothes are basically dozens of dollars, which is only a few $100s when converted to RMB, but the quality is much better than the hundreds of dollars in China. The basketball shoes over there are also very cheap. The James 13 basketball shoes sell for $1,599 in China, but on the official website here, the normal color matching shoes are only $200, and the special color matching shoes are only $245, which is more than $300 cheaper. It's even cheaper here. I saw it a few days ago. It seems to be $170, and they're all produced in the United States. The quality is better than the ones produced in South Vietnam. Looking at Huang Yunfei's stingy look, Jianghai also explained with a smile. Upon hearing Jianghai's words, Huang Yunfei and the others were stunned for a moment. To be honest, they originally thought that the shoes and clothes here would definitely not be cheap, but they didn't expect that the price was actually very affordable. No wonder there were so many people shopping here. Nearly half of the shops here belong to me, but I've rented them out. If you want to buy anything, you can buy it. The quality of the Western ginseng is better than that in China, and the price is not expensive. Generally, a 20-year-old wild Western ginseng is about $100. The ginseng is sold by the Iroquois, which is a branch of the Native Americans. It's all authentic. There are also some small accessories, which are all very good. Maple syrup is also a must when you go back, and that's for your parents. As for the clothes here, it's up to you. If you want to buy iPads, that's fine too. However, this time, they were just here to shop. If they wanted to buy something, they would have to wait until they were about to leave. Now is not the time to buy things. After shopping for about 2 hours, Jianghai took them to the Italian restaurant that he used to frequent. Unexpectedly, the Italian restaurant, which was only good at first, was overcrowded at this time. A large number of local tourists and Huaxia tourists gathered here. In fact, it also proved that the shop owner's cooking skills were really good. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract so many people. The shop owner was very happy about this. When he saw Jianghai coming over, he was naturally very enthusiastic. He deliberately led Jianghai to a private room at the side. In fact, the private room was something that he had just recently set up because Huaxia people liked it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such a thing here before. Since Jianghai brought his friends to support him, the Italian boss naturally used his mixing technique and made an authentic Italian cuisine. To be honest, if Jianghai's parents were to eat this sweet and sour food, they would probably be depressed to death, because their generation didn't like to eat this kind of taste, but Jianghai and the others tasted good. Everyone was quite satisfied with the lunch. When it checked out, they realized that the meal had only cost them $30, which was less than 200 yuan. Su Wei and the others were filled with emotion at the price. After lunch, the group of 5 left the restaurant. According to the original plan, they would go to the gun shop in the afternoon. The gun shop was in the town. After Jianghai and the others walked out of the commercial area, they went to the gun shop. But halfway through, they found that Mayor Wallace was walking around the town with some guys in suits and ties. Those people walked for a while and stopped to take photos of the nearby area. At the same time, Jianghai also noticed the helplessness on Mayor Wallace's face. Seeing this scene, Jianghai felt a little strange. Who could make the local tyrant, Mayor Wallace, unhappy? Mayor. Thinking of this, Jianghai waved at Mayor Wallace. Hearing Jianghai's voice, Mayor Wallace also looked over. When he saw that it was Jianghai, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. When did you come back? Seeing that Jianghai was here, Mayor Wallace said a few words to the people around him, then quickly walked to Jianghai's side and said to Jianghai with a smile, "This time, with Jianghai here, things may be much easier to handle. I just came back. What's the situation?" Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jianghai asked strangely, "Hey, you were gone for half a month. Something happened in the town." Looking at Jianghai, Mayor Wallace sighed. "What's the matter?" Looking at Mayor Wallace's appearance, Jianghai's brows wrinkled. He looked at the people who came over with a bad expression. "They are people from Celanese Company. They want to build a factory here." Hearing Jianghai's words, Mayor Wallace said helplessly. At the same time, looking at the people behind him, he was also a little speechless. Celanese. Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jianghai was a little confused. He had never heard of this company. "Hello, my name is Peter **********, the head of the logistics department of Celanese Company. This time, I came to your town mainly to choose a factory site." Seeing that Mayor Wallace was so excited when he saw Jianghai, the leader of Celanese Company, a middle-aged white man, also knew that Jianghai should have a lot of influence in this town. So he took the initiative to introduce him. "Hello, Jianghai, but I don't quite understand what you were talking about." Looking at the hand that reached over, Jianghai also shook his hand, then frowned and said with some confusion, "To put it simply, our company has taken a fancy to the location of your town. The location of your town is still very good. It is very close to Boston and also very close to the airport. It can also be transported by sea. It can cover the eastern part of the United States and can also be sold overseas. So our company has decided to start production and build a factory here." Hearing Jianghai's words, Peter also gave a brief introduction, but Jianghai was still confused because he didn't know what this Celanese company was about. Celanese is a chemical company. It is most famous for manufacturing chemical products, not allowed to write, and the like. It is also a manufacturer of high-performance engineering plastics. Looking at Jianghai's puzzled eyes, Mayor Wallace couldn't help but whisper to Jianghai. Hearing his words, Jianghai frowned instantly. "Mayor, are you crazy? Why would our town recruit a chemical manufacturer to invest in it? Don't you want our land and ocean?" Looking at Mayor Wallace in front of him, Jianghai's face was not very friendly, and he said with a questioning face, Oh, I think Mr. Jianghai has misunderstood us. The chemical products produced by our company are famous all over the world. Although our company is a chemical company, the products we produce do not pollute the atmosphere, water resources, and land. The U.S. government can testify for us. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Peter hurriedly said, pollution was a very serious topic abroad, but in this world, there was nothing that money couldn't solve, right? A chemical company saying that its products would not pollute the land, atmosphere, and water resources, who would believe it? As for what the government said, those who would believe it were pure fools. Whether others believed it or not, Jiang Hai did not believe it anyway. No matter what the mayor decides, I will never agree to let you in. It's as simple as that. Looking at Peter in front of him, who was still trying to persuade him, Jiang Hai directly waved his hand and forcefully interrupted his words. Hearing Jiang Hai's tough words, the other party could not help but shrug and turn his head helplessly. But Jiang Hai noticed that when he turned his head, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. But he hid it very well and was not discovered by Jiang Hai. I'll talk to you about this in the evening. Well, you should accompany your friend first. Seeing that Jiang Hai's words had dropped the atmosphere to the freezing point, Mayor Wallace stood up and tried to smooth things over. Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and did not say much. He believed that Mayor Wallace was not stupid. He should be able to understand the purpose of these people's arrival. Would they not pollute just because they said they would not pollute? Chemical factories, even if one were to think with their toes, would cause a lot of damage. Perhaps for ordinary people, the damage was still acceptable, but for Jiang Hai, it was absolutely unacceptable. He chose this place because of the good environment. If these factories moved in now, it would be a huge threat to Jiang Hai's upgrade. He could not let these people enter Winthrop no matter what. After glancing at these people, Jiang Hai nodded to Mayor Wallace. They would talk about it in the evening. Then, he took Fu Yuan and the others to the shooting range in the distance. Seeing Jiang Hai and the others leave, the people of Celanese narrowed their eyes. Everyone, this way please. Like I said, I don't have the slightest bit of confidence in you all moving in here. My townspeople aren't idiots to that extent. Looking at those people, Mayor Wallace spoke again. Chapter 604. What's the matter? Walking over with Jiang Hai, Huang Yunfei whispered to Jiang Hai. Although Jiang Hai and the others were speaking in English, they were also confused. But looking at the atmosphere just now, they felt that something was wrong. Nothing, those people are from a chemical factory and want to build a factory here. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Jiang Hai was also thinking about what was going on at this time. So he said casually, build a factory? Isn't that a good thing? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Su Wei and Fu Yuan also came over. A good thing? How can you tell that it's a good thing? Seeing these people's expressions, Jiang Hai was stunned. Is this a good thing? Of course, if a factory is built here, it will need workers, and it will solve the problem of making money for the people in the town. And the factory will naturally pay taxes for its profits. With the tax and the political system here in the United States, the money can be used to help the town increase its welfare and public facilities. Isn't this a good thing? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but say. What they said was actually reported in the domestic news. In China, if a small town, a small village attracted investment and got a factory, it would be a big deal. Not only would it solve the problem of jobs for the people here, but it could also generate income for the local area. This is an out-and-out good thing. People in China are racking their brains to get the factory set up. Why does it look like Jiang Hai doesn't want this factory to open? What the hell is this? Are you mistaken? This is a chemical factory. A chemical factory. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai almost laughed out of anger. I heard them. Didn't they say they are from Celanese? I know this company. It mainly makes acetic acid, which is plastic. The toxicity of this thing is not too high. The environmental damage of this factory is okay. At least it is much better than paper factories, fertilizer factories, agricultural pharmaceutical factories, etc. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei waved his hand indifferently. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai was so angry that he laughed. If this happened in China, indeed, a plastic factory would not cause a big backlash. But if this is the case, then why did Jiang Hai come to the United States? Isn't it fine in China? Coming here was for a particularly clean environment. Winthrop's side was like a piece of white paper. If a drop of ink were to touch it, it would turn into a paste. In the eyes of the people in the country, the impact of the factory was not big, but Jiang Hai was completely unacceptable. It doesn't make sense to you. Winthrop's main focus is on the ecological environment. There is no environmental pollution at all. As long as I am here, no chemical factory can open here. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Jiang Hai said clearly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the few people here laughed. You are too serious. How is there no chemical factory? According to you, without these chemical factories, where would the plastic and paper come from? Where would the fertilizer and pesticides come from? Where would those chemical products come from? As long as they emit according to the standards, it'll be fine. Indeed, for the people of China, making money is the most important thing. With the recent increase in awareness of environmental protection, the concept of environmental protection was raised. But environmental protection is not as important as money. No matter how little a chemical factory emits, it will still cause pollution. In China, these pollution will not attract much attention. This is also a negative situation brought about by the rapid development of society. It is the same in China now. When the U.S. was developing rapidly, it was even worse than China. The economy was developing rapidly, but the land, air, rivers, and water were all polluted. The U.S. spent decades to clean up the pollution. Now, only these rural areas had reached the most suitable state for human habitation. Some rich people, under such circumstances, also drank water imported from Northern Europe. They don't want to drink water from the U.S. This shows the impact of pollution on the environment. Some people might say that setting up a factory here will not cause too much pollution in the short term. After a few years of making money, they can close down the factory. This is a win-win situation. But Jiang Hai cannot accept this. The reason he came here was because the spirit qi here was increasing very quickly. He couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of pollution here. Indeed, just as Huang Yunfei had said, this world definitely needed plastic. These things would be built anywhere. Even if they were not built here, they would have to be built elsewhere. If they were built here, it would increase and stimulate the development of the local area. But Jiang Hai will absolutely, definitely, 10,000% not agree. This is a matter of principle. Okay, Winthrop must be maintained in a pure state. I can allow this place to become a tourist attraction, but I will never allow a chemical factory to be built here. So needless to say, I will definitely not allow this thing to be built. I can't tolerate the existence of pollution. Jiang Hai waved his hand and interrupted Huang Yunfei's words. He directly defined this matter. Hey, you've been abroad for a year. You're really getting more and more sentimental. This is not a big deal in China, but it's quite troublesome here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei touched his nose and said with a smile. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with him. He was just casually talking about it. Seeing that Jiang Hai had already made a decision, he chose to shut up. Afterwards, the group of 5 went to the shooting range. Jiang Hai also had a stake in the shooting range, and it wasn't a small amount. Seeing that Jiang Hai had personally come, the shop assistants here were naturally very polite. They helped Huang Yunfei choose a gun and then taught them how to use it step by step. Naturally, this led to a wave of photos. These are all real guns. Except for Fu Yuan, other people have no chance to touch these real guns. Now that they touched them, it was really awesome. Even Huang Yunfei's wife, LV Jiao, was satisfied after shooting 5 magazines. But watching them shoot, Jiang Hai didn't play with them. First, because he doesn't care about these things now, and second, because he is still thinking about the chemical factory. Jiang Hai also listened to what Huang Yunfei said, although he will never let pollution enter Winthrop. However, the townspeople of Winthrop might not think that way. Although they were earning a lot more than before, no one would feel that having too much money was a problem. Huang Yunfei represented the thinking of the majority of the people. Since the government had said that the plastic produced by these people was not toxic, then they would subconsciously think that there was no pollution and that they could still make money without pollution. That was the best choice. In China, public opinion was very important, not to mention in the United States where human rights were constantly mentioned. It seems that Mayor Wallace, a sensible person, sometimes can't make the decision in the town, especially when many people are interested in this thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited to see me today. It seems that if I want to drive this company out, I have to rely on Jiang Hai's momentum. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai's heart couldn't help but sink. It seems that the other party may have come prepared. But in any case, Jiang Hai will definitely not let these people open the factory. This is not Jiang Hai's style. Everything will wait until Mayor Wallace comes in the evening. He will probably give Jiang Hai a satisfactory answer. After playing with guns here, the night quietly covered Winthrop Town. Jiang Hai didn't go back for dinner today. Instead, he went to a burrito shop to let Huang Yunfei and the others try the authentic South American flavor. To be honest, they liked the sour, sweet, and spicy taste. After having a good meal, Jiang Hai drove back to his manor. At this time, in the manor, Bernice, Xiaoya, and the others have already eaten dinner. Huang Yunfei and the others have been running for the whole day. In the afternoon, they have been standing there shooting, so they are already a little tired. After taking a bath in the hot spring, they went back to their room to rest. Of course, they didn't necessarily sleep because there is internet, TV, and everything in the room. They can also lie on the bed to play. As for Jiang Hai, he laid on his white jade recliner. He remembered that Mayor Wallace said that he will come in the evening, so he is waiting for him. Mayor Wallace didn't let Jiang Hai wait for too long. At about 8:30 in the evening, his car also appeared in front of Jiang Hai's manor. Jiang Hai opened the door and let Mayor Wallace drive the car over. The car stopped. Looking at Jiang Hai sitting there, Mayor Wallace couldn't help but slow down his footsteps, but he still slowly walked over. He picked up a bottle of beer that Jiang Hai put next to him, opened it, and sat on another recliner, looking up at the starry sky while drinking beer. Looking at Mayor Wallace, Jiang Hai finally couldn't hold back and asked him, "Didn't you have something to tell me?" "Originally, I had something to tell you, but after seeing you, it's nothing. Because I know that even if the whole town goes crazy, you won't go crazy. And most importantly, the cards in your hands are much more important than that company." Looking at Jiang Hai, Mayor Wallace said with a smile, "Can you tell me what happened?" Hearing the old fox's words, Jiang Hai sighed. He knew what the old guy was talking about. Now, Jiang Hai and the town of Winthrop were closely related. Many people in Winthrop relied on Jiang Hai to eat. Not to mention his employees, those tourists from Huaxia were recruited by him. As long as he wanted, he could stop the tourists. The shooting range over there, the seaside villa, half of the shops on the commercial street. As long as Jiang Hai wanted, he could directly turn Winthrop from a new tourist town to its original state in an instant. And Jiang Hai could afford this money, but the townspeople couldn't. So even if it was to earn this money, the townspeople would do whatever Jiang Hai said. This was inevitable. From this point of view, Jiang Hai's influence had already surpassed that of Mayor Wallace. This was also the fundamental reason why Mayor Wallace was so calm. With Jiang Hai, they were already in an invincible position. Chapter 605. However, even if Jiang Hai stood firmly on this side, he still had to know what was going on. It all started a week ago. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace also took a sip of beer, then raised his head, looked at the stars in the night, and told Jiang Hai about it. This matter was mainly because of three people, Faraday Kirk, Hewlett Kirk, and Augustine Wilson. Speaking of these three people, Jiang Hai also knew them. Faraday Kirk was Mayor Wallace's brother. He worked in the Boston Tourism Bureau and had a high position. When Winthrop wanted to apply to become a tourist attraction, he made things difficult for Wallace. Hewlett Kirk was Faraday Kirk's son. When he wanted to pursue Clive in the town, he was taught a lesson by Jiang Hai. For this person, Jiang Hai did not have a deep impression because he had only seen him once. The last person, Augustine Wilson, Jiang Hai still had a slight impression of him. He had met this person once a year ago. This person had a younger brother named Faraday Wilson. It seemed that there were quite a lot of bad guys named Faraday. Faraday Wilson used to work with Bunny and Wallen, the younger brother of Billy Wallen, whom Jiang Hai killed. The two of them once dealt with Jiang Hai. It was the first crisis Jiang Hai encountered after he came here, but these people were all sent to prison by Jiang Hai in the end. It was also because Jiang Hai was not so strong at that time. Otherwise, these people would not be in prison, but directly disappear from the world. Jiang Hai did not want to let go of these people who were a threat to him. There would be a day when they would be released from prison, so he preferred to strangle the danger in the cradle. Don't talk to him about the law or justice. Jiang Hai would not listen to these. He only knew that someone wanted to harm him, so he would kill him. However, even if these people didn't die, they wouldn't be able to come out for more than 10 years. Augustine Wilson was originally Faraday Wilson's brother. After Faraday's accident, he could no longer stay in this town. Later, he went to Boston, but after the first time the people in Boston found trouble with Jiang Hai, he fled. Perhaps he was afraid that Jiang Hai would catch him, so he fled far away and went to the central part of the United States, Texas. His original idea for coming here was very simple. He just wanted to rely on his cowboy skills to find a job here. However, after coming here, he realized what Texas did not lack the most. There was no shortage of cowboys. He was one of the top 100 in Winthrop, and he would be one of the last few in any town. Unable to find a job as a cowboy, he was finally hired by the Celanese Company, which was originally based in Texas. Later, the company wanted to expand its business in the East, and it would be best to find a port city. However, the company's current annual turnover was only about $9 billion. It was a lot of income, but for a company, it was not enough to easily find a piece of land in the eastern coastal area, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. Therefore, their initial target was New Jersey and Massachusetts. However, after their proposal was submitted, New Jersey directly rejected it. They could not easily let a chemical factory enter. If it was a local factory, it might be possible, but definitely not a foreign one. Massachusetts also rejected it because it was a chemical factory. However, compared to New Jersey, Massachusetts was not too tough. Therefore, the company went to do some public relations. In the end, Hewlett Kirk, who received the money, told his father about it. His father also wanted to take revenge on Winthrop, so he convinced the authorities that Winthrop might be able to do it. When the company's people arrived at Winthrop, they found that it was really suitable, so they told Mayor Wallace. Mayor Wallace naturally rejected it directly, but they did not give up. Later, they dug out Augustine Wilson, who was also from Winthrop, to persuade his fellow villagers. They wanted the people of Winthrop to believe that their chemical factory was not toxic and had no side effects. It would only be a positive development for the local economy, and there would be no vicious cycle. Although there were many commoners who didn't completely believe it, they also wanted to do as Huang Yunfei said. They wanted to let the factory be built first so that they could earn more money. If it really had an impact in the future, they could just close it down and rebuild it. It was precisely because of the townspeople's thinking that Mayor Wallace, who had rejected it very straightforwardly, felt helpless. Because some townspeople went to the town hall to make a scene, wanting to increase their income. Although Mayor Wallace was the local tyrant here, his power was not given by the American government, but by the local people. The people could elect him, but they could also dismiss him. It was precisely because of this that, even though he made it clear that he didn't support them, the other party still sent a delegation to negotiate. He had to go along with them to deal with them, which led to the scene that Jiang Hai saw today. Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai's fingernails gently tapped on the chair. So, there's a traitor among us? Looking at the stars in the sky, Jiang Hai did not want to see these things one day, but once the chemical factory was opened, who knew what would happen? At least, Jiang Hai would never agree to it. Traitor? It seems a bit overboard, but those people are really hateful. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace could not help but feel a little conflicted. The culture of Huaxia and the culture of the United States were completely different. For example, in Huaxia, being captured during a war was a stain in one's life, and it could not be washed away. But in the United States, captives were allowed during a war. For example, Andrew Jackson, who was once captured, later became the 7th president of the United States. Therefore, the gap between Huaxia and the United States was very big. In China, if something like this happened, it was not an exaggeration to call those people traitors. But in the United States, it was just people with different ideas, and no one would even blame them. This was the reality. But in the face of absolute power, what they say is useless. Tomorrow, you spread some news saying that I will never allow any chemical factory to enter Winthrop's territory. If they enter, I will withdraw all the funds for the construction of Winthrop, close the shooting range, cut off the passage for Huaxia tourists, and close the commercial street and seaside villas. As for who to support, it depends on the people in the town. However, Zhang Hai was not someone who would smooth things over. Although these things were very common in the United States, the better way was to be soft. The Americans had always been very tough to outsiders, but they had always been very soft to their own people. But Zhang Hai was different. He was going to be tough to the end, and he would not agree to it. Let's see who the townspeople will support. If he was pushed too far, he could just move away. Although he had built this place for a year and had a lot of feelings for it, his ability to make a fortune came from the true dragon's essence in his body, not these external things. If he left, it would not take long for him to create a 2nd or 3rd Winthrop. But if he left, Winthrop would only become a dilapidated town, even if it had a chemical factory. You don't have to do this. Although I admit that there will be some pollution with a chemical factory, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Sometimes, young people are too impulsive. Hearing Zhang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace was shocked. Although he really did not want this chemical factory to enter Winthrop, he could not do anything. But if the arm can't twist the thigh, then he will turn a blind eye. At most, he will arrange the location of the factory to be further away. But he didn't think that Zhang Hai would directly say such a thing. Then the townspeople will have to make a choice. In the end, they will choose Zhang Hai and live a comfortable life, or they will choose the chemical factory. No, there are some things that I can't explain to you. I can only say that I can only live in a world with almost no pollution. If Winthrop is no longer where I want to rest, then I will sell everything here and find another suitable place for me to live. There are some things that Zhang Hai can't say. Pollution will slow down the growth of his scales. This is the most unacceptable thing for him, especially after he received the benefits of the scales and aura. If this place is not good, then Zhang Hai can only choose to go to other places. There is nothing to discuss. This is an absolute bottom-line problem. Well, okay, I will release the news tomorrow. Hearing Zhang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace could not help but be speechless. Originally, he came to discuss with Zhang Hai, but he did not expect that he would unknowingly find out such news. If the town wants to build a chemical factory, then will Zhang Hai leave? Looking at Zhang Hai's appearance, he did not seem to be lying. He was very serious. If he had to choose between the chemical factory and Zhang Hai, Mayor Wallace would definitely choose Zhang Hai. And he also believed that as long as the townspeople were not stupid, they would definitely choose Zhang Hai. After all, everyone knew that Winthrop's current situation was due to Zhang Hai. If Zhang Hai leaves, then what's the use of having a chemical factory? Go to work there would at most let their families earn more money. If they wanted to really make money, the most important thing was to travel. No one would be stupid enough to think that working in a factory would make more money than now. After a few more words with Zhang Hai, Mayor Wallace drove his car again and left Zhang Hai's manor, returning to his home in the town. Zhang Hai continued to look at the stars in the sky, only hoping that things would not go to the worst step. At this time, in the most luxurious villa in the row of seaside villas built by Zhang Hai, Peter, whom Zhang Hai met today, was now discussing the situation here with his team. Among the people in suits, there was also a more casual person. This person was none other than Augustine Wilson, but at this time, he was much more decadent than a year ago. Chapter 606. If that Zhang Hai clearly doesn't support us, then this matter is really a bit troublesome. Sitting on the sofa in the room, A middle-aged man who met Jiang Hai today pulled his tie and said gloomily, "To be honest, the current situation of chemical factories was really quite awkward. Except for some established local industries, most developed countries would absolutely not allow new chemical factories to build in their own territory. This included countries in Europe and some countries in Asia. The only countries that could build factories with confidence were third world countries, including some countries in Southeast Asia and Africa. But the problem was that building a factory, there would not be enough local consumption, so it would need to be shipped out. Just the tariffs on both sides and all kinds of miscellaneous expenses were enough to give Celanese a headache. They were only a small company with an annual income of $5.9 billion. They did not care if they were not a top company like Dow Chemical. Dow Chemical was more powerful than DuPont Group, but they could not, so it was best for them to choose a place in the United States to build factory. The United States was definitely a developed country, but its uniqueness was that it was not a complete collection of countries. Instead, each state had its own independent government. It was precisely because of this that they could take advantage of a loophole. If one state did not allow it, another state might allow it. Now, they had a good coverage in the central region. They were just waiting to open up the Eastern market. They were still very interested in the Eastern market, and they absolutely did not want to think about New York. They could not afford to build a factory. New Jersey directly told them that it was impossible. The only possible place was Massachusetts, which was their final target. So no matter what, they would not easily let go of this place. Even if the richest man and the mayor here had already told them that they did not support them, they were still prepared to try. They would not let go of even the slightest chance. Since they wanted to build a factory here, they must have already known the situation here. They naturally knew how important Jiang Hai was in the hearts of the residents here. If Mayor Wallace objected, they were 70% sure that they could build the factory. But if Jiang Hai objected, they might only have about 20%. It was undeniable that now in this town, Jiang Hai's status had already surpassed Mayor Wallace, because the lives of Jiang Hai and these townspeople were closely related. The townspeople counted on Jiang Hai to make money. If they fought with Jiang Hai head-on, the result might not be good. What do you think about this Jiang Hai? Looking at the people in front of him, Peter, who was now the nominal supreme commander of this team, gently knocked on his chair and asked them. Hearing the leader's words, a young man here thought for a moment and said, "If we want to conquer this place, this Jiang Hai is a big problem. I suggest we try to bribe him with money." In fact, not only in China, but also abroad, there were naturally some shady money, but because the punishment for accepting bribes was very strict here, for example, if someone bribed someone, this person could accept the money first and then report him. In this way, not only could he get the money, but he would also get the money that this person gave him. This person would also have to go to prison and not have to do anything for him. For example, if someone bribed Jiang Hai with $10,000, Jiang Hai could accept the money and then report this person for bribing him. He could keep the $10,000, and this person would have to pay him another $10,000. Then this person would have to go to prison, and Jiang Hai would not have to do anything for him. This was the bribery punishment mechanism in the United States. It maximized the distrust between the two parties who accepted bribes, so this kind of thing would naturally be reduced a lot. You're from here. Does this Jiang Hai care about money? Hearing this young man's proposal, Peter did not speak directly. Instead, he looked at Augustine Wilson. This guy was a spy among the townspeople. This, in my opinion, it's not very possible, because this Jiang Hai is much richer than you think. On the surface, his manor is worth $280 million. Last year, he sold 10,000 cows. I heard that he sold them for more than $1 billion. I'm not very clear about the specific amount of money, but next year, he will pay taxes. It's almost a few $100 million, so even if he can be bribed, it's not the result we want. Looking at Peter, Augustine Wilson hesitated and said, what he said was the truth. Although he also hated Jiang Hai, he could not ignore Jiang Hai's achievements. Hiss! Hearing Augustine Wilson's words, the people here could not help but gasp. Originally, they thought that Jiang Hai was just an ordinary rich man, but they did not expect that he was a billionaire. Perhaps in terms of total assets, he was not as good as Celanese Company, but don't forget that Jianghai owned it alone. He earned more than $1 billion a year, but Celanese Company was not theirs. They could not get so much money. For them, spending money was about a few $100,000, but now hundreds of thousands, or even millions, were nothing more than pocket money in Jianghai's eyes. This was troublesome. If spending money doesn't work, then what's the other way? Looking at the crowd, Peter directly rejected the idea of spending money and said to the crowd. Hearing his words, the people here looked at each other and hesitated. After a while, a middle-aged white man stood up and said to the crowd, I have an idea. We may be able to drive a wedge between Jianghai and the townspeople. After all, Jianghai is a huaxia. Go on. Hearing his words, Peter did not say much and just looked at him. Seeing Peter's encouraging eyes, the middle-aged man also said, We all know that although there is no racial discrimination in the United States now, racial discrimination has always been there. After all, Jianghai is an Asian, and he has not become a naturalized citizen of the United States. So we may be able to start from this aspect and let the townspeople discriminate against Jianghai. This is not suitable because these people in the town are not fools. They know that their current lives have changed because of Jianghai. Jianghai invested in building the town and attracted tourists. Without Jianghai, there would be no new town and tourists. They probably would not rebel against Jianghai. But before this person finished speaking, he was interrupted by another person. Although it seemed that this strategy was vicious, people in the world were not fools, especially when it came to money. We can send people to lobby these townspeople and tell them that without Jianghai, they can also get these things. Jianghai is just using them to make money. He is a vampire attached to these people. But obviously, this person did not want to give up his strategy easily and said loudly to the crowd, Well, Maud, your idea is a bit too radical. As Carl said, the people here are not fools. They will believe what you said. Maybe they will in the future, but now they are still very clear-headed. However, the strategy you said is not completely useless. Waving his hand, Peter signaled the somewhat excited middle-aged man to calm down. Then he touched his chin and pondered. It was inevitable that they would not be able to compete with Jianghai in terms of money, whether it was Jianghai's own money or the people's money. They knew how important the tourism industry was to the development of the town. Even if a chemical plant attracted all the people in the town, how much income could this kind of occupation earn? It was poisonous in its side effects. $5,000 a month was already the limit of their company. That way, they could earn $60,000 a year. But now, they didn't have to work too hard, and they could earn more than $100,000 a year. For them, the chemical plant was a revenue-generating project, not a necessary project like tourism. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they wouldn't want to compete for it. The United States was different from huaxia. Finding a job in huaxia was a serious matter, but the tourism industry was not so serious. But this was the United States, and there was no such thing as a serious job. If you could make money and not break the law, it was the best choice. Looking at the people in front of him, Peter also said, We can do this. Hearing Peter's words, the people here could not help but light up. This might be a good idea. After deciding on this plan, most of the people in this team went back to rest, preparing for the attack tomorrow. But there was one person who stayed in Peter's room. This person was also a member of the delegation. But usually, he never took the initiative to talk. He always stayed in the corner, and few people noticed him. If Belle, Azalina, and the others were here, they would be very vigilant against this guy. If this plan doesn't work, then we'll have to rely on you. Do you understand? Looking at this person, Peter whispered. Hearing what he said, this person nodded faintly and then left the room. Jianghai, let's see if you can stop us. After everyone left, Peter looked at the starry sky outside and then said with a chuckle, For him, this kind of thing was already a piece of cake. When the sun rose the next day, two news slowly spread in the town almost at the same time. The first news was from the town hall. It was said that Mayor Wallace went to Jianghai last night. Jianghai said very clearly that he absolutely did not support any chemical company to enter the town. If a chemical company entered the town, Then he would withdraw from Winthrop and close all the shops related to him. The other news was Chapter 607. Jiang Hai won't leave this place. If he wants to leave, where can he find such a good place? The only reason he can make money is because of his ranch. If he leaves, where can he find such a good ranch? You've all been fooled by him. If he leaves, how can he make money? Winthrop is his tool to make money. He won't leave. Does Winthrop belong to him? If he wants to leave, let him go. We'll pay again and rebuild the things he built. It's not like we can't afford it. At most, we'll get a loan from the city government. We're a high-quality enterprise here. That's right. Think about it. Who's the most profitable person in Winthrop now? It's Jiang Hai. He's a businessman. A businessman is most particular about making money. Being able to make money is the most important thing. Don't you understand? The reason he doesn't let Celanese in is not because of pollution. He just wants to tie all your income to him. That way, he'll be the local tyrant here. Don't you understand that? When Jiang Hai wanted to withdraw his investment, some people who had nothing to do in Winthrop began to spread another version of the story. They said that Jiang Hai was reluctant to leave because he also needed to make money. This made the townspeople who were originally nervous when they heard the news calm down a lot. Indeed, they were not stupid. They could choose not to believe those who slandered Jiang Hai. As for those who said that Jiang Hai should leave, there were not many who believed it. If Jiang Hai left, where could they find tourists from Huaxia? After all, these people were the main force here. The local tourists, whether in terms of quantity or quality, the amount of money spent, were far inferior to the tourists from Huaxia. Jiang Hai definitely could not leave. They would not let Jiang Hai leave no matter what. After living a good life for a few months, they did not want to go back to their original life. Therefore, Jiang Hai definitely could not leave. However, whether Jiang Hai really wanted to leave or was just scaring them remained to be seen. Although Winthrop was not in an uproar, most people were watching. However, they all knew one thing. Jiang Hai and Mayor Wallace were the same. They did not support the chemical factory's move. They did not feel that he was that tough. Originally, 60% of the people supported the establishment of the chemical plant. After all, no one didn't want their family to be able to generate income. Another 20% of the people didn't care. Only less than 20% of the people supported Mayor Wallace. However, after today's incident, the people who supported Jiang Hai also supported Mayor Wallace. In an instant, more than 50% of the people supported the chemical factory's move. Almost 60% of the people did not support the chemical factory's move. Because of Jiang Hai's words, the people who supported the factory's move were reduced to 40%. Less than 10% of the people did not care. For a moment, the situation on Celanese's side was not very good. However, what was surprising was that Celanese people mainly used the idle people to discredit Jiang Hai, or to say that Jiang Hai would never leave. Other than that, they did not do anything else. It was not until the afternoon that Augustine Wilson stood up. According to him, the reason he brought Celanese people over was that he had worked in the factory before. He knew that the factory met American standards and would not pollute the environment. After all, this was his home. However, he did not want any irreconcilable conflicts between Celanese and Jiang Hai. Therefore, he decided to talk to Jiang Hai personally and persuade him not to leave. He also wanted to let Celanese move in. After he stood up, a lot of people supported him and followed him to Jiang Hai's place. For a while, he became a positive figure. It's true that when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. He even became a leader, but unfortunately, they were given the cold shoulder because Jiang Hai wasn't in the manor today. Huang Yunfei and the others hadn't left yet. Jiang Hai naturally wanted to accompany them to play. Anyway, his attitude had already been made clear. As for whether they believe it or not, it's up to them to decide. At most, he would sell the manor and take the cows and his fish to other places, although it would be troublesome. But now, Jiang Hai had the ability to go wherever he wanted. This was his greatest ability. When these people came to visit, Jiang Hai was at Old George's horse farm, leading Fu Yuan and the others to ride horses. Originally, There were horses in Jiang Hai's manor, but after all, there were now many cows in the manor. People like Robbins Garcia had to take care of the cows. There was no one to teach Fu Yuan and the others how to ride horses. There was also no one to take care of them. Instead of causing trouble in the manor, it was better to come to Old George's horse farm to play. Looking at Jiang Hai, Old George had obviously received some news. Jiang, you're not really leaving, are you? Looking at Jiang Hai, who was tired from riding and resting, Old George walked over and handed over a bottle of drink. Then, he said to Jiang Hai with some worry, "If the chemical plant is not built, why should I leave? I still like this place. It could be considered my home. But if that chemical plant is built, then I will have to leave." After taking a sip of the Coca-Cola that Old George handed over, Jiang Hai burped and said to Old George seriously, "This why? The chemical plant is not in your way. Why do you have to leave?" Hearing that Jiang Hai was really leaving, Old George could not help but be a little excited. After all, his horse farm originally relied on selling horses for a living. Although it was not to the extent that he could not survive, his life was not too rich. But since Jiang Hai brought the tourists from Huaxia, this was the first time he knew that he could make so much money by letting people ride horses. The money he earned in the past 2 months was more than what he earned in a year by selling horses. Now that Jiang Hai was leaving, his heart was cold. "I can tell you. You also know that the cattle in my manor are very good. Why? It's mainly because of the environment. My manor does not allow a little bit of pollution. If there's a little bit of pollution, the quality of the cattle in my manor will be greatly reduced. So if this chemical plant enters Winthrop, I can only leave." Looking at Old George, Jiang Hai thought for a while and made up a lie. There are some things that he can't say directly. Dragon Balls, scales, aura, these things they can't understand. Not to mention that he doesn't want to be cut into pieces for research. But it's a good idea to talk about cattle. This is also the explanation that he thought for a long time last night. And this explanation is also very persuasive. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Old George couldn't help but say, "Oh, indeed, Jiang Hai wants to make money by relying on Winthrop, but how much money can Winthrop make for him? 18 million a year? That was all there was to it." His main source of income was still his manor and his ranch. If Jiang Hai's Soaring Dragon Manor is destroyed because of the chemical plant, then Jiang Hai's gains really don't make up for the losses. When Jiang Hai said this, Old George also believed it. This explanation is indeed reasonable. But what chemical plant? Didn't they say that they won't pollute the environment? At this time, Old George's heart was already biased. For him, Jiang Hai's existence is very important. If the contradiction between Jiang Hai and that chemical plant is irreconcilable, then he will definitely stand by Jiang Hai's side. This can be seen from his new title. There is a chemical plant that won't pollute the environment? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. Shrugging, Jiang Hai said calmly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Old George, who has experienced the United States Civil War, couldn't help but laugh. He remembered the lies that the American government had told him when he was very young in order to develop the country. Chemical plants won't pollute, mines won't pollute, the West is full of gold. For these American civilians, the credibility of the United States government is just that. In this way, another person joined Jiang Hai's camp. But they didn't notice that at this time, in a corner in the distance, a white man also heard Jiang Hai's words. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, he frowned, then walked to the corner and took out his mobile phone. Not long after, Peter, who was still examining Winthrop, received a call from above. After learning that the news released by Jiang Hai was true, his eyes narrowed. It seems that between him and Jiang Hai, one of them must retreat in order to settle this matter. But thinking about it, he was still a little excited. If things went too smoothly, how could he be praised? Recently, he heard that the company's board of directors' dissatisfaction with the current general manager was about to reach the limit. If he performed well at this time, would he have the opportunity to compete for the position of being second only to one person? Thinking of this, Peter's eyes also lit up. In order to step on Jiang Hai, it seems that the debate has to continue. Isn't Jiang Hai going to leave? That's good. I'll let you go when the time comes. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Jianghai Wilson. Sometimes it was so easy to plot against an unsuspecting person. And most importantly, he didn't think that Jianghai could win against him. Just as Jianghai returned to the manor, a new wave of debate came again. And this time, it was much fiercer than in the morning. There were even many radical people who directly shouted for Jianghai to get out of Winthrop. Although this kind of person was suppressed by Mayor Wallace and the police station's Morrismith in the first place, it was not a big deal. But after all, Winthrop was a town with a population of more than 1,000 that could be found on a map. These jobless, idle people and racists were everywhere. Usually, it didn't go against Jianghai because there were no benefits. Now that there were benefits, they even dared to provoke the President of the United States. Chapter 608. Are you really okay? Why don't you come back to China with us first? Standing outside the airport, Su Wei couldn't help but worry about Jianghai. Indeed, in his opinion, Jianghai's situation is really not very good. Don't worry, this is my home. Will I have any problems? Hearing his words, Jianghai smiled and said indifferently, You are so stubborn. Well, do as you see fit. Looking at Jianghai's indifferent look, the three people here couldn't help but sigh. Even Huang Yunfei's wife, LV Jiao, was much quieter at this time. In the days they stayed here, they watched Jianghai's words slowly change. From the first day they came, Jianghai was almost the most dazzling star in this town. Today, when Jianghai drove them to the airport, the people on the road would subconsciously avoid Jianghai. It was impossible for them to directly clash with Jianghai because Jianghai was not a saint or a person who only chased after the leader of the evil. If you dare to provoke him, you will be skinned alive. This is Jianghai's style. So although they were alienated, no one dared to come here to provoke him. At most, they just stayed away from him. Well, get on the plane. Send me a WeChat message when you get home. This time he came to play, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It's really bad luck. Come again when you have time. I will treat you well. Looking at the slightly tangled look of several people, Jianghai patted them on the shoulder and said goodbye to them one by one. Isn't it enough to carry it out properly this time? My circle of friends is about to explode. Every day, abalone, lobster, sea, cucumber, beef, those food. To be honest, I guess I will think about it for a long time when I go back. And these things I bought, buddy, they're all great. Hearing what Jianghai said, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. To be honest, he was very satisfied with this honeymoon trip. In fact, not only him, but his wife was also very satisfied. Although she had not seen too many famous historical sites, there were not many women who were interested in those things. She cared more about going shopping and eating these delicacies. To be honest, in her opinion, Jianghai's place was really too perfect, if not for those trivial matters. All right, hurry up and go through the security check. I'll look for you guys when I go back during the new year. Looking at the reluctant look on everyone's faces, Jianghai smiled and urged them to hurry up and board the plane. These people were also very reluctant to leave Jianghai's place. Of course, it was also possible that they were reluctant to leave Jianghai's food. They helplessly waved their hands and walked through the security check. Of course, they had a lot of luggage, but they had already handled the transportation. This time, when they came to Jianghai's place to play, each of them brought back a lot of things, such as maple syrup, American ginseng, all kinds of clothes, shoes, trinkets, and so on. They bought a lot. Let's go, we should go back too. Seeing these people walking through the security check, Jianghai also said to the people behind him. At this time, it seemed that there was no one behind him. If someone heard Jianghai's words, they would probably suspect that he was sick or saw something that he shouldn't have seen. But Jianghai didn't care. When he turned his head, a woman wearing a baseball cap appeared on his side, carrying a box in her hand, wearing a pair of huge sunglasses, chewing gum. Looking at Jianghai walking over, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth slightly. How did you know I was here? Looking at Jianghai, the beauty took off her huge sunglasses, revealing a rather delicate face. Jianghai was very familiar with the owner of this face, Azalina Vicabrio. The glasses were given to Delina by Prawalton. The top is Bernice's, the bottom is Paige's, the earrings are O'Hilia's, the shoes are Janice, and that bag is mine. Looking at Azalina, Jiang Hai said calmly, I didn't expect your memory to be so good. Young man, do you want to learn how to cook for me? Looking at Jiang Hai, Azalina smiled and approached him, then took the initiative to hold Jiang Hai's arm. But her words only got a supercilious look from Jiang Hai. Since the night Jiang Hai came back, in fact, Jiang Hai found that Azalina's situation was not right. He didn't see her that night. After learning that she was not feeling well, he went to see her the next day, only to find that she was not in the period when relatives came to visit her. Then she told Jiang Hai that in fact these days someone had been observing Jiang Hai's manner, and she was secretly watching that person to see what was going on with him. After learning this, Jiang Hai didn't care about her. Jiang Hai knew that if he went out today, Azalina would definitely follow him quietly. This was also Jiang Hai's confidence. Just now, when he saw a familiar figure, Jiang Hai knew that it must be her. How's the situation recently? Walking out of the airport with Azalina, Jiang Hai asked as they walked toward the parking lot. They haven't done anything recently, but they are still looking for people to slander you. But boss, when did you become so timid? Could it be that what they said was true, so that you can't refute it? Looking at Jiang Hai, Azalina asked curiously. These days, Celanese company had not been idle. Every day, they sent people to talk bad about Jiang Hai in town. Sometimes, a lie would be true if it was told 100 times. In recent days, they had been slandering Jiang Hai more than 100 times. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hai's reputation in Winthrop was also badly damaged, very badly. But Jiang Hai acted as if he didn't know. He did what he was supposed to do and would not be hurt by these rumors. Seeing Jiang Hai's fearless look, the other party was even happier to slander him. When the people in the town saw that Jiang Hai had not come out to explain, they thought that the rumors were true. Therefore, they became more biased and were more careful with Jiang Hai. It had to be said that sometimes people thought too much. Okay, my friends are gone. I should fight back. Otherwise, these guys will really think that I'm easy to bully. Touching Azalina's hair, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes. He didn't care what these people said, but he was not someone to be trifled with. Looking at Jiang Hai's eyes, Azalina also smiled. The Jiang Hai she knew was like this. He would not be scared. Mayor Wallace, is it? Can you call for a town meeting tonight? I have something to say. When the two walked to the parking lot, Jiang Hai got his shield and directly called Wallace. As for how to inform these people, Jiang Hai did not care. Anyway, he was going to directly kill those people tonight. There was no problem with the debate, but sometimes they would think too much, and they felt that Jiang Hai was also thinking too much. At night? You? Okay, I believe you. Hearing that Jiang Hai wanted to gather the townspeople together, Mayor Wallace was stunned for a moment. Such a gathering was rare. Basically, these grand gatherings were only held during the election year or during the annual Poseidon Festival. Usually, they would not be held, but since Jiang Hai said that he wanted to gather, then he would hold one. Boss, what are you going to say tonight? Watching Jiang Hai hang up the phone, Azalina could not help but ask hesitantly. You will know tonight. Hearing Azalina's words, Jiang Hai smiled softly. Driving his car, Jiang Hai returned to Winthrop's home. In front of the gate of his manor, he looked at the azure dragon relief above the gate. This gate was specially made when he changed the name of the Soaring Dragon Manor. It should have been about a year ago. Jiang Hai looked at the azure dragon relief on the gate. Let's go, you don't have to follow me tonight. You must protect everyone here. After driving the car into the gate, Jiang Hai said to Azalina beside him. He felt that after he finished speaking tonight, things would not be so easy to solve. In fact, Jiang Hai was now forcing these townspeople to choose which side they would give up. It was that simple. Sometimes, if the tree was not fixed, the people would not be fixed. If these people were not treated too well, it was necessary to give them a warning. But what about you? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina asked with a worried look. Me? I'll take Conrad with me. Hearing Azalina's words, Jiang Hai smiled. He now had more than one bodyguard. And most importantly, Conrad looked more intimidating than Azalina. Jianghai did not feed him for free. At the critical moment, he had to be useful to Jianghai. After returning to the manor, Jianghai called back all the people, including those middle-aged women who were still taking care of business in the villa area. Everyone was holed up in the manor. No one was allowed to go out, and of course, no one was allowed to come in. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, Mayor Wallace called Jianghai and informed him that everyone had been informed. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to come. Basically, only one person from each family would come. After all, this was not the sea god ritual, and it was not a game. Something had really happened, so it was enough for the people in charge to come. But even so, it was estimated that there would be more than 200 people attending the party tonight. The time was supposed to be 6:30, but Jianghai had just left at that time. Before leaving, he had repeatedly told everyone not to leave the manor today, no matter what they heard. The men were to listen to Belle's command, and the women were to listen to Azalina's command. After everything was confirmed, Jianghai drove his battle shield and set off with Knurse and Peters. Looking at the backs of Jianghai and Conrad, Bernice and the others felt a little worried, but Conrad was very excited at this time. The car soon drove out of the manor. Jianghai also called the town's police station and specially arranged for 2 patrol cars to stop at the gate of Jianghai's manor. This way, at least a lot of small troubles could be deterred. After resolving the situation in the manor, Jianghai drove directly to the town square. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.